everything they knew, WP admin and login, and they just cannot access it. And this is because you were smart and you changed the login URL to increase the security of website. And you even advised your client to change it again so that even you don't know it. And for the sake of the example, let's pretend they did it. Yeah. So they changed it, and nobody in the whole world knows this login URL. So you have two options. You can go to a database if you have access and search for it, which is boring, or you can run one WP CLI command, because we live in a perfect world where every server has WP CLI and we have SSH access to it, right? So what we can do, yeah, we can say SSH. This is my imaginary client and my port number. And we are there. So if I say WP info, I have it. It's not the latest version, but it's there. And this is all great, but the problem is I haven't worked with this client for a while. I don't know that port number. I don't know where is the file where I wrote that port number. I don't know if I still have that file, right? And I hate memorizing things. When I memorize a port number, something very important just leaves my head. But with WP CLI, you don't have to memorize anything. There are aliases. You can create alias for every website, remote or local, that you're working with. You can create alias for groups of websites. If you want to do stuff in bulk, just don't overdo it, please. So how do I know if I have this alias for this client? I haven't heard from him. Well, now we can check it with WP CLI alias and list. Now this is the entity alias and list verb, and I have to use WP CLI because alias is settings for CLI on my computer. It has nothing to do with websites that I have here on this computer. So this is the configuration of WP CLI on your computer. And here I have O. This is automatically created when you create one custom alias. And I have a client. Obviously, this is my client, so I used all of these to log in. Now, at this moment, you have to know, you can't just create alias with the remote server. You first need to have SSH connection with that server. So I'm not going to cover that, but what I did basically is three stuffs. I created a SSH pair of keys on my computer, then I copied the public key to the server, and then I log in with SSH, first shake of servers, and that's it. And now I can create alias for this remote server. So how you do it? You say WP client, and there is even tab completion. Oh my God, it's beautiful. So while I'm there, I can check the core version, for example. So you type name of the alias and the rest of command as you would without the alias. And oh, it's up to date. That shouldn't happen. This is disappointing. Because this client didn't log in for a long time. They forgot their login URL. So we are going to just degrade it right now. So when you want to change the core version, you're going to say core and update. It doesn't matter which way you go, you will use update. So if I just use this command, I will update to the latest version of WordPress. But if I want a different version, I have to use flags. So I'm going to say version equals, and I don't want to break it too much. I'm just going to say 5.9. And because I'm going backwards, I need to say force. And let's hope Wi-Fi is working. Look, man, no hands. And it's doing all by itself. You don't even have to go there. I suggest you do. So Now we have successfully updated WordPress to back, and I'm gonna do what was supposed to be done, just to update core. But we are not here to play with this. We are here to find out that login URL, right? That nobody knows. So, thank you. I'm gonna use command for executing arbitrary PHP code. And I used it more often than I dare to admit. It's very useful when you have to run something just once on server, and it's evil. So I happen to know what is WordPress login URL function. It's WP, login URL. And this is all that is needed, but I'm just gonna add here a new line so that it's printed nicely. And here we go. You should have asked Milana. That is my imaginary client website. Now, this task in real world could take a lot more time. So client send you email and you replied, okay, yes, I can do it, but please send me logins because I don't know where is login. And then they say, oh, I don't know where it is. And then you start searching for it. Meanwhile, after 2 hours, they send you, oh, I found it. Then you log in and you find out you have to open a support ticket. And a lot of things happen. You are frustrated. You spend time on that you cannot log. You cannot say in your invoice, searching for password 2 hours. You can't. But if you start creating aliases for every website now, you will have config file, a file where all your credentials are, and you don't even have to go there and open it because you will have it in aliases. And in 2 years, trust me, you will love yourself. And that's about boring administration job, right? Let's talk about security. Now, WordPress websites get hacked often. It's not a secret. And you know, if we were in 2009, we could say, well, WordPress is a hole in server, right? But it's not 2009 anymore. WordPress is secure now, and we still get hacked. Why is that? Well, I like to think because we are popular, right? But you don't want your own website and website of your client to be a tool to measure WordPress popularity, right? You don't want that. So what is the problem? We often get weak passwords or some plugin, new plugin for sharing on social networks, but it was $60 on that website and client found it for free, right? So some unchecked PHP code got into WordPress, or just password was very weak. So obviously this is the human problem, and the solution is there right in front of us. Just remove the user, right? No, we cannot do that. We build websites for users. So what can we do? Well, we can use WP CLI to move everything that is dangerous and important on SSH level and give client the access they need. So let me show you. I have a local website here, and it's a fresh install, just did it this morning, so it's updated. And let's see what users we have. I went with the stereotype. It's admin, admin, administrator. The password is admin. And let me show you which access this admin has. Now, I'm not going to show you this because I think you don't know this. You know it. And this is just to make a point, what can you do as an admin. So first of all, this WP admin command comes as a different package. It doesn't come, I don't memorize any of those URLs. Just use WP admin. Now, let's log in. And thank you. As I said, it's this is something you all know. So there are posts and categories and tags and pages and themes and beta editor and plugins and all the users and oh my god, theme file editor, plugin file editor. In 2023, we can edit PHP files from dashboard. If that doesn't scare you, I don't know. This is just a little horror story. And settings, so everything. The only user that we have on this website has access to everything. And by default, when you install WordPress, there is this first post published, hello world, and default themes always show this username, right? So now we have username, and all we need is a password, correct? And we have access to everything. So what I like to do with this first user that is going to be author of posts, I like to demote them. Not remove them, just demote them. So I'm going to use WP user. Let's actually see what we can do. Which verbs can we use with user? So we can add capability, add role, check password, and here we have consistency, create, delete, generate, get list, meta, then we have removals, and then spam, and with update, you can actually change the password of the user. So if you have friends, you want to have some fun, I'm not judging. And what we are going to do now is just remove the role. Now, WP CLI needs to know which user we want to remove role from, even though we only have one. So I happen to know that ID is number one. You can use ID or username or email. So I'm going to say just one. And what that means, when I reload, you see, all is gone here. And I can try to go to dashboard, but nothing happens. And this is because when you have no role, WordPress doesn't know what to do with you. Even subscriber has access to the profile, but when you have no role, there's nothing you can do with WordPress. And I would suggest just keeping the password strong, because you want to keep your hackers amused. You don't want to disappoint there. Just nothing to access. So this website is pretty secure, right? Well, we need someone who can do something there. So I'm going to create a new user. And now there are a number of parameters that you need when you create users. And I already told you I hate memorizing things. So now we have the most beautiful global parameter in the world, prompt. And it will prompt you with every parameter there is. You don't have to think if you are typing correctly, if you are memorizing. You don't have to think about anything. Just type what is unique for your own situation. So login is going to be author. Email doesn't really matter because we are in local. Sorry. That's wrong email. Role, by default, is subscriber, but I'm gonna need author, so I'm just gonna go here with author, and you can see the square brackets. That means it's optional, so only those with code brackets or whatever you call them are mandatory. The others are optional. So role, I said author. User password. Now, this should be strong because this user can do stuff to WordPress, but I have to log in with them. in a minute, so bear with me. Pretend this is a strong password. And everything else is just like on Windows. Next, next, next. Right? We had error for the wrong email, so let's do it all over again. And this is what happens when you do live coding. WP. Okay, we created user, and here we have admin without role and author with role author. So let me log in with this user to show you what they can do. Almost nothing. So they have posts, but no categories, no tags, nothing. They had never heard about pages. They don't know there are themes and plugins, and they will definitely not edit PHP file from dashboard. No settings, no nothing. Now, this is secured WordPress, right? Well, if this was your client, they would want more. But let's not just give them yet more. What we have now is one user that can only create posts and one user that cannot access dashboard at all. But let me show you what I can do from WP CLI. I can say WP plugin install activate, and I'm gonna say simple history. Now this little plugin will give you a list of everything that happened in your WordPress dashboard. But the point here is that I'm doing all of this while I have no user in this install who is able to download and install plugin. I'm doing this on WP CLI on SSH level. And with this plugin, I could see in dashboard what happened if I had a user who has access to it, but I don't have. What I can do, I can see the list from here, WP simple history list. Now you see this plugin author was smart. They created their own custom WP CLI command, and they've been consistent, so there is verb list that you can use. And here we see, we see everything that happened. Not much, but there is a list. Now, if you move everything that is dangerous to SSH level, you can avoid a lot of problems. But this client, as I said, would want more access, and they should have more access. So the next role after author is editor. And frankly, I don't like how much freedom this editor has. So luckily, we have in WordPress capabilities. And with capabilities, you can give a little access, little permissions here and there, just to keep things unique for every user. You don't have to do it uniquely for every user, but you can make your own role that can be applied to many use cases. So I'm going to give capability to this user. WP user add capability. And now again, I have to say to which user. So I know this user has ID number 2, and I'm going to say manage categories. And what this will do, it will give them access to categories and tags. Personally, if someone can create posts, I think they should be able to manage categories and tags. Then I'm gonna say switch themes, and I'm gonna do the same for plugins, which is activate plugins. Now what this does, it will give access to themes, but not adding new themes, not adding new plugins, just switching between existing themes and ability to activate and deactivate plugins. Now, when something is wrong with your WordPress, the first thing you will get as advice from other, from forums and from, support, it will be to switch to default theme and to deactivate all plugins and then activate one by one to see where the problem is. So I think everyone should be able to do that, but without the ability to introduce some unchecked PHP code into your WordPress. So first, check with developer, all the breaking of the website, it's our job, let developers do that, and breaking and fixing, and what you should do is just create content. Now, this is, I don't know how much time I have left. 10 minutes. Okay. We can break a website, right? Yeah, we have time. I mean, we're talking about WordPress for half an hour and we didn't break it. So I'm not gonna build a plugin here today, or maybe I will, I don't know. So let's first break it. What we have here is default plugin. So I'm gonna say WP plugin, activate hello. Right? Let's break hello. Let's go to WP content plugins, and here we have hello. And I'm gonna use nano. Hello. And do just a little bit of developer's nightmare. Remove this. Yeah. So, oh, it's broken. So, it says there has been a critical error, and yeah, thank you, but it doesn't help. For production, you wanted to have this error. You don't want to show what's happening on your website, but it doesn't help you at all. So, what is the workflow here if this was production? You download it and then you put it on your local and then you try to reproduce the error, and then when you find the error you fix it, then you put it on testing or staging, and then you check if it's fixed, and then you lost 2 days and your website is dead for 2 days. But with WP CLI, when there is error, you can run any command and it will give you the error. So just you want to make sure that you loaded enough WordPress with that command. So if you think of loading WordPress, it's core and then must use plugins and parent theme and child theme. So what you want to do is actually just run something with themes. So actually it's child theme and then parent theme, right? So what you want to say is just, theme, list, whatever, it doesn't matter. And here you get this error that is useless, but here you get PHP error and you see where the problem is. So it says hello on line 46. Okay, let's go and fix that. Go to line 46, and this was unexpected. So now we have fixed this website. In real life, error might be a bit more complex and you might not fix it like this, but what you will know is where the error is. You can deactivate this plugin and let the website live while you take your time and fix that error in local. So, okay, we have now broke and fixed WordPress. So as a developer, I officially done my work. But now I want to show you, we have a little time, I want to show you scaffold command. It's my favorite command. So WP scaffold, let's see what we can do with scaffold. Still you can create block, but it will be deprecated with newer versions because there are scripts for creating blocks, so there is no need to do it with WP CLI. You can create child theme package, plugin, tests, post type, taxonomy, underscores if you're still into classic themes, you know, why not? So what we are going to do now is scaffold a plugin. Again, there are number of parameters that I don't care to memorize, and I don't have to. So prompt slug, it will be WP Asia. If I can type right now, Asia, okay. Directory name, if you want something different, I don't want. Plugin name, WP WordCamp Asia. Description, we don't have a time. Author is WordPress. Community. URI, skip test, no. Continuous integration provider by default is Travis, but if you want something different, you can define it here. Activate, yes. I don't have a network. Force, if I had a plugin with the same directory name, I could force overriding here, but I don't have. And we created a plugin, so let's see. Let's go to WP Asia. And this is what you have. In bin, you have some useful scripts. You can start writing your tests right away. There is grunt file with one very useful task. So this is by default in older WordPress projects, grunt is task runner. Now since Gutenberg we have Webpack, but this is still working, it's great, or you can convert it to Webpack, you know, whatever suits you. There is package JSON, so it's npm ready, and I'm going to show you this README file. So this is not just empty text file, this is everything you need if you want to host this plugin at wordpress.org. You don't have to go to documentation and copy paste or search what you need. Everything is there, every file you need is there. And let's now just, sorry, no, let's now create this plugin while we are here. Again, this is everything that we typed in while scaffolding the plugin, and my code starts here. So I'm going to say function, but Asia. Always prefix your functions, and I'm going to pass title. By the way, these spaces, it's WordPress coding standard. Return, escape, HTML, always escape your strings and always prepare them for translation. And I'm gonna say WordCamp Asia. My text domain is WP Asia. And I'm gonna append title here. And this is my little function. I'm going to hook it to a filter. And this filter is the title. You already know what's this going to happen here. It's Asia. The title is my callback. Okay. So let's go and see what we done. Here it is, our little plugin. And what it does, it adds WordCamp Asia before every title. I'm so happy it's not doing that anymore in menus. Yeah, so that filter is fixed. And this plugin is not very useful, as you can see, but what I did is I created a WordPress plugin on LiveTalk in Terminal in less than 2 minutes. And it would probably pass code review at WordPress.org. Not because I'm such a great developer. I am, but not because of that. It's because it has everything it needs. I didn't need to go anywhere to search what files have to be there, what is the standard. I just wrote my function, that's all. So help yourself. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just use what you can do. With one command, you have everything you need. And there is help in your terminal. You don't really have to leave terminal ever in your life. And I'm going to do just a little magic. Do we have a time for magic? No? Yeah? Let's do a magic. What? 1 minute for magic. Well, that's all I need. That's all I need. See, this is empty. Magic. You know when a magician said this is empty? Okay. So here, install. Database name is magic. My password. I don't need any of these. Site title is magic. Admin. And admin password is admin, you know that. And it's cooking? Yeah? It has to because it's magic. Not yet, not yet. So, do we want to release the Kraken? I want to release the Kraken. Hey, Kraken. Oh, I know. And here is my magic website. It's not magic, it's just a bash script that I used. Yeah, it is a little bit of magic. So let me show you what is there. No, it was WP install. So it has only 5 WP CLI commands. And some really, really basic bash scripting. So we download WordPress, then we create config file, and I'm getting some info from user input, and then you can see I hidden my password here because you don't want your password in your bash history. And I'm using prompt. So you can do partial prompt, like for parameters that you already know, but for parameters that you don't know you might need. So you can use that. Then the same thing with core install, and I am using here rewrite rules. This is because with this first one that I installed, you see this index.php? That's what happened when you install website with WP CLI. But this one, if we go here, it doesn't have it. So that's because I did, rewrite rules here. And for that, you need to enable Apache mode rewrite. Yeah. And after that, we have some Linux fun like locomotive and these colorful letters. And I like to talk to myself when I do the terminal stuff. And then we have xcow say that she will be my Kraken, and I use WP admin to open the website. So that's a little bit of magic. As you see, this is very basic. You can add here all the generate if you want to have a dummy content done, and you can just run the script and laugh out loud because you're not doing any of that manually ever again. And that's me. I hope you had fun. I hope you found out that you can do a lot of stuff. So this with WP CLI, this is just a tip of an iceberg. Trust me, you can do a lot more. You can make your life fun and easier. And my name is Milana Cap. I'm WordPress engineer at XWP and the loudest member of WordPress documentation team. You can find me on these places. I had so much fun, and thank you for your time. Woo!
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Milana Cap. Did you guys have fun with that one? Wow. We knew you could do a lot of things with WCLI. First thing I learned is that when my client can't log in, I just delete them, right?
Yeah.
Yes. No. Well, I'm striving to become Neo or Mr. Robot level.
Oh, please do. Please
Yes.
do. We need
Okay.
more. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please,
you.
another round of applause, Miss Milada Tap. If you have any questions, you can find her at the hallway, or where can they find you around?
Anywhere on internet where you find me, you just
Will you be around during
I will be
WordCamp?
around.
Oh,
yeah.
so you can just find her?
Yeah, find me. Thank you.
Okay, guys, if you need to move to another track, please go ahead. We'll get started with the next track in a few minutes. That's my man, right there.
Or you can stay too.
Or you can stay, by the way, yeah. We also have interesting stuff here too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think I want to do some commands later.
Well, yeah, I'm actually working on the second and third part of stuff.
Okay. Well, if you've contributed to the WordPress code base, you would know this next speaker's names. Very familiar. Our next speaker has been using WordPress since 2007. After working in other platforms, he started contributing to the WordPress REST API project in 2014 and eventually became a major contributor and lead maintainer from 2016 to 2020. He joined HumanMade in 2017 as principal engineer. He values the global WordPress community and hopes to share his perspective on core functionality. He's spoken at several WordCamps in the past, but today he's here to fulfill a dream of participating in WordCamp Asia. Friends, help me to welcome to the stage Mr. Adam White, who is not here. 1 second. Just getting ready. Getting his gear on. One more time, Mr. Adam White.
I get walk-on music. That's very exciting. Sawadee krap. Good morning. Thank you all for coming to my talk, and thank you for that very kind introduction. I submitted a talk to WordCamp Asia in 2019, and getting that talk accepted was one of the most exciting moments for me professionally that I can recall, and this has been a long time coming since. The talk that I submitted, though, I think has benefited from a little bit more time to bake. So now that we've actually had all of these fine organizers put this whole conference on a second time, hopefully this will be a little bit more relevant for the present day. Actually, let's get a round of applause for the organizers. It's enough work to organize a small local WordCamp, much less a regional one, much less doing that one twice. So my talk in 2020 was going to be called The Past and Future of the WordPress REST API. And it was going to be a retrospective on the work that we did to add the API into core, to write the plugin, and to acknowledge the things that we think went well, the things that have stood the test of time, as well as the things that have maybe proved to be either mistakes or issues that we have to work around. And as I was reflecting on that topic that I came up with previously, I realized that I had been saying basically the same talk for a long time. I had started when we were advocating that WordPress needed a REST API to be able to take our data and flow it out into different applications, and that has happened. We have enabled page builders, and we have enabled static site generators, we have enabled marketing integrations, but the most important thing that the API has done is, of course, become the foundation for the block editor. And the block editor is the future of WordPress. So I think that I actually asked the organizers yesterday to change the track of this talk from REST API to development, because increasingly there is no development in WordPress that does not at least in some way interact with the REST API. It's how we get the data, one of the ways we get the data from the database in PHP through to the JavaScript on the client. And I think it's very important for us to have consistent understanding of the best practices for using what's in WordPress core. So if I may be so bold as to retitle my talk, I'd actually like to talk about getting the most out of WordPress, in the sense of actually getting that data out of WordPress as easily as possible. So if you are comparing what I'm saying to the description on the schedule, you might notice that I have a laundry list of topics there that probably would take 4 talks to give in full. And we're going to have to reduce the scope a little bit to focus on 2 here today. So the goal of this talk is to talk about API performance and to talk about how to get faster responses, and then to look at schema, which is one of the key architectural concepts we have inside the API, which I believe plugin developers might find useful. There is a lot more that we are not going to get to cover, and I would invite anyone to ask me questions about any of the other topics that we could be discussing today in the hallway track, at the party, online after this. And also, I'm honored to be going on after a documentation team lead, because that's the most of the work that we need to do, and we need to collaborate between the Gutenberg plugin development team and the core committer team to really improve how we describe these patterns for people in the community to be able to use. So with that out of the way, let's talk about performance. Anyone that stuck around for this talk because they didn't want to see Alain talk about performance next door, I'm sorry. It's a very, very important topic in the project right now. If you've been paying attention to the development of the last couple of releases, one of the major topics has been how do we get WordPress to operate as quickly as possible, both in terms of rendering the site that the viewer sees on the front end, but also how do we make the block editor very quick? How do we make the experience of using WordPress as an editor efficient as well? And unfortunately, partly because it's easy, and we'll explain why, the thing that I see the most is people taking WordPress REST API data and looking for the biggest bucket they can find. They want to find something that gives them every possible piece of information at once. Everything Everywhere All at Once is a great movie. It is a terrible data architecture process. So let's take an interface that any developer in the room or watching on the live stream, hello, is going to be very familiar with. We're going to replicate the core WordPress loop, the list of recent posts, in an application that's driven by the REST API. The most common way that I see people do this is that they hit the posts endpoint, which is where the posts live. That part makes sense. And they give it this embed parameter, which we'll talk about in a moment. It's not a lot of data. It's 160 kilobytes. And that takes a little over 5, maybe holds everything. But the way that the REST API works and the way that many APIs online work is that they separate resources, and those resources have links. So in this case, there's a link where the author of a resource has its own address, and you fetch the author from that address in a second request. And what embed does, and the reason that everybody uses it, I'll move this up a little, the reason that everybody uses embed is that it takes that extra resource and it sends it to you in one nice single HTTP request. So going back to our example, that's what we're doing here. We're getting the 10 most recent posts, and we're getting every single term, taxonomy, author, featured image, every other object that is linked to those posts. It sounds really good, but let's think about it. Let's compare that to how we build a theme in PHP. We're asking WordPress, give me everything that you know about, and then I'm only going to use the excerpt, the date. That's very inefficient. Fields is the thing that I most regret not launching the REST API with. There's reasons why we held off and waited until a later release to add this parameter, but there is a parameter _fields, which you can add to the query string for any REST API endpoint, and this will restrict the amount of data that is sent back to the user. So if you take a pages response and you say, I want the ID, link, title, and excerpt, you get only those things, and you don't get anything else. This lets us fetch only what we need. We only send and download the information that's necessary for our application, and we as the developers know what that's going to be. The controllers in core actually don't generate the data that we don't need, and that makes it much, much cheaper to compute, which can actually save hosting costs in addition to saving battery on the devices that are downloading your data. The way that that works in core, and one of the first takeaways for any plugin developers in the room, is that we have a function, REST is field included. We have core code built into the REST API controllers, which lets us understand what fields have been requested. And then we have this utility function, which will compare a nested string to the list of fields that the user has requested. And it understands things like, well, maybe I wanted content.raw because I am rendering the block editor, but I don't need the rendered version because the block editor edit screen is going to do that for us. So let's skip computing all of the content. We don't have to generate dynamic blocks. We don't have to run any filters on the content. We simply skip it because it wasn't asked for. If we apply this fields property to our example, we have the same posts endpoint. We're still embedding, but now we're restricting the data to only the fields that we actually need to use to render it out. This brings our payload down from 160 kilobytes to 60 kilobytes, a 60% improvement, and it makes it take about half as long. We're beginning to see a lot of improvement that's going to be beneficial for both our users and our server. So takeaway number one, please consider doing this when you're writing your own endpoints. Support fields so that your developers, anyone that's using your API, or if you're writing something that gets the data, consider only asking for what you need so that you're going to be as, what's that? Just realized. That's weird. Sorry about that, got distracted by the search box. So that your data is coming back to the client as fast as possible. Now that we have only the fields that we need, let's go back to that embedding. It sounds very appealing to say, give me all of the related resources so that I don't have to make additional requests. But we don't use a lot of what comes back. There's comments that get embedded. There's information about other resources. Maybe a plugin has associated some other resource with posts. And so when you're embedding, you can specify a list of relationships, relations, author, WP term, which is one of the custom ones that we define, replies. Or we can use fields to filter that as well. The syntax on the top is a little bit easier. Now, if we apply this and say, I still want my posts, but now I only want the author term and the media embeds, we actually do continue to save additional data. We've lost another 16 or 18 kilobytes, and we're now at about 75% less data than we started with. but you'll notice it's actually not much faster than it was before. And the reason for this is that embedding itself is very inefficient. It's duplicative. If I am getting the data for my own personal blog, I am going to be the author for all of those posts. In the JSON, in every single post, it will say author K. Adam White over and over and over again. If we gzip that, it can be sent very efficiently, but it still has to be decoded and parsed and queried again and again. There's also no way to limit the fields on an embedded response the way we do on the posts themselves. And if you have a high-scale site, you're going to have an SEO plugin, you're going to have an internationalization plugin. These all add data to REST resources. And so you might be taking away a few kilobytes of data by using fields at the top level, and then adding another megabyte of data by embedding the wrong resource. So, the other final and probably most important issue with trying to get everything in one big bucket is what happens when things go wrong. Because, as I said, you can end up with responses that have very, very big data embedded within them, and that can cause timeouts, that can cause errors, and that can cause out-of-memory exceptions. And if that doesn't work, you just have to try it again from the start. You have to start over from zero. We can do a lot better than this by using the API in a slightly different way. Everybody is scared of this. We don't like HTTP requests. We try to concatenate our scripts. We have trained ourselves over the past decades so well to want to minimize the number of times we ask the server for something. But HTTP has improved, our servers have improved. Many things have changed that make it much more efficient these days to try to get over our fear of sending multiple requests. There's a gist that I've put up at that URL, and these slides, I've tweeted out the link to them, where I walk through this actual example, but maybe we can get only those posts. We don't need to embed at all. We'll get only the data that we need, and then we'll look at what categories are used, what tags are used. We'll build a list of only the IDs for each of those resources that we need on our page. Then, we'll send requests to the categories endpoint and the tags endpoint saying, I want my users, but please only give me these two. Or, I need these tags, but all three of these posts are all in the same category, WordCamp Asia, so I only need that once. If we do this, we actually have a situation where it maybe takes 200, 300, 400 milliseconds to get that initial set of posts, but then we have all of the information we need to start all of those additional requests in parallel at the same time. And depending on your infrastructure, they can all run and complete very, very quickly. And your application only has to wait for whichever of them takes the longest. So if you have a bunch of tags, but only one category and only one author, and you fire off all those requests at once, you're going to have most of that data ready to go, and then as soon as those tags click into place at the end, you have the information you need to render. In this example, when I was doing testing prior to this talk, it gets things down to 500, 300 milliseconds, fractions of that 1.5 seconds on fast Wi-Fi that we started with. If you're getting a 60 to 80% speed boost and having to generate, encode, send, decode, parse, and render only 3% of the original data, that is a huge, huge performance win for every part of your application. And it ends up rendering exactly the same screen we wanted to have at the beginning. If we're writing that PHP theme, we just call get the thumbnail. We don't say, please give me the entire dump of every unit associated with this post in the database, and then I'll take the one we want. There's no reason why we should continue using the API in a different way than we've learned we should be using all of the other core interfaces in WordPress. So, takeaway number 2. Consider it. There's going to be some situations where the application that you're building or the environment where it's running makes having a number of small requests more difficult. But consider it, test it, benchmark it. Tools can help make this easier too. One of the frequent complaints that I hear is people hear me say things like this and say, but that's a lot more to manage. I don't want to have to write a middleware layer to assemble all of these pieces together. And we actually already have one. In Gutenberg, there's core data selectors that are designed to hit and target individual endpoints. There is some base functionality in getEntityRecord, which is a very low-level selector within the block editor, which is capable of understanding and processing fields. We can expand this. We can make this foundation more smart and able to work more for us. And even simply by using the block editor's data selectors out of the box, we're going to be doing things mostly in the right way. A related concept, briefly, is to try to avoid per page 100. We all want to get all of the data for application, and we want to know we want to be able to render out all those things very quickly when the user's clicking through results. But it is almost always faster to request multiple pages of data and assemble them than to get one giant request. And also, if you start combining this with embedding, that is an absolute recipe for out-of-memory errors and timeouts. Talking about profiling, who's familiar with Query Monitor? All right, that's a very small percentage of the hands in the room. So everybody else, this is the one, if I can be generous enough to offer us homework, please download and install Query Monitor. It is a plugin by John Blackburn, who I'm really honored to work with at HumanMade, and it is the de facto WordPress performance tool. It gives us the ability to look at all of the templates that load, all of the database queries, all of the cache hits on a page, and get reports about what's slow and understand why. And for a year and a half, we've been able to do that for REST endpoints. I actually didn't know about this until last year. I'm still really, really excited that we finally can do this. But if we authenticate a REST API request, because you don't want everyone on the planet to be able to understand the performance of your application, and then use this envelope parameter, which says to give you additional data about the headers, suddenly we have a wealth of information about cache hits, database queries, how many database queries, which ones were slow. All of this information is exposed on every single REST API endpoint if you ask for it. And that lets us look through things. We can do the profiling I was doing earlier, where we simply use a stopwatch or the developer tools to time how long rendering a page takes. But then if you realize something's slow, you no longer have to just accept that. You can actually dive in, and you can learn exactly what's going on, and you can fix it. So between trying to acknowledge ways that the REST API is built to handle parameters like fields, there's been a couple other times so far, and it was a running theme yesterday at Contributor Day around understanding how core does things and why. There's some things in the core REST API that we wrote in a WordPress way, in the derogatory sense. We didn't use namespaces. There's certain types of code that we could have tried and we could have used in core if we had been writing it from the ground up in the PHP 7, PHP 8 era. We built it 6 years ago now, over that, in fact. And there's some things that we probably should just accept, well, this looks like the rest of WordPress. But there's also a lot of concepts in there that are very valuable. Fields being one, the other, and the thing that I'd like to use the remainder of my time to talk about is schema. If you're not familiar, schema is machine-readable documentation. It's also human-readable, but it's more intended for the machines. There's a standard called JSON schema, which we follow in the REST API. And this is actually one of the areas where I do think that our documentation in the REST API handbook is quite good. So, excuse me. If you do go to developer.wordpress.org/REST API, there is a page about schema. There's actually also a page about embedding and linking, which I would recommend plugin developers consider reading through. But the schema is a description of the data that can occur in a particular endpoint, a particular meta field, or a particular registered REST field. And the difference between register meta and register REST field is another talk, which I hope to be able to see somebody else give sometime. But the way that schema works with all of these is very consistent. You give a schema property when you're registering your route or when you're registering your meta field, and you tell it what the type of your data is going to be. You can tell it what the defaults are going to be. You can tell it that you always should expect an integer. You can tell it that this will be either a bool or a string. Maybe the same way we would annotate a function. This returns an array of items, or it returns null if there's an error. By writing out our schema, it simplifies the validation. We can take our application and we can build things assuming that the data is going to be the type that we want. Consider how many times we take a string and we check to make sure that it's a numeric string, and then we convert it from a string to an integer, and then we pass that integer into a function, and then when the result of that function comes back, and we have to make sure the array key is set. We spend a tremendous amount of our time in WordPress coercing values, changing data, changing the types of things. And the REST API is built to make sure that things come to you in the format that you want and the format that you always expect if you use a schema. It's also something where you can access the schema for anything. If you go to WP-JSON, what you're seeing is the schema for the entire REST API. And you can get that for any individual endpoint for any method. That lets us get access to it on the client. We can give it to our block editor plugin. We can give it to our static site generator. And we can say, here is what this data is going to be shaped as. And there's also tools. There's a JavaScript library called AJV, which let us validate that data. So if we're building something on the client, if we're taking in data and rendering a form that users will use to give us information that we're going to send to the REST API, we can check to make sure that all of the types in our object are correct before we send them. And then we can show errors immediately to the user if they need to change something without having to wait for an error from the API. There's also work that Timothy Jacobs, who's the current one of the lead maintainers of the REST API, has been doing around generating interfaces based on schema. If you have a field called priority, and you know that it is going to be a string that is one of several values, you are able to write code that says, let me take that, my application in the block editor sidebar is going to read that schema and automatically know that because the type is an enum, a list of values, it renders a dropdown. You don't have to write that dropdown. You don't have to hard code those values, although I think you probably should register it in a way where it has internationalized labels. But there's slides here that are linked both in the URL at the bottom and in the QR code on the side from WordCamp New York from a talk Timothy gave about this. It's a very, very powerful pattern for plugin developers, because if you're building a framework for other engineers, take something like ACF. They know what shape they can provide you a form to create, but then if they do that in a way where if you make a text box that gets registered as a text field on a schema, then they can use that same information to give you a consistent interface across it in different places. I'm not actually sure if ACF takes advantage of this, but it's a very powerful concept for anyone that is building something for other developers to then build on top of. So we could still continue to manually check our types. We could write custom validation code. We can return cast to int if is numeric string one more time. Or we can take a little bit of time to read the documentation around these schema documents, learn how to write them, and add them to our application in a way where it's going to not just make our lives easier, but also be a first line of defense against the API receiving garbage data from other people. We do like to be able to just automatically trust WordPress to reject bad things. And it's obviously only the first line of security to have a schema, but it does assist with your validation and with your sanitization in custom endpoints. Final concept for plugin developers, if you are taking the time to register a schema, is to cache it. Because you have to compute that object, that JSON document that you send back. And when we first launched the API, we realized quite quickly, I think it was actually Alain from Nextdoor who flagged the ticket, that we were doing this over and over again, and it was causing a lot of slowdown. We were repeatedly creating the same object every time we were rendering a bunch of posts in a response. And by simply taking the generated value and storing it on the controller as this schema, then we can return it once it's been generated once without having to continually recompute it. So if you're building an endpoint for WooCommerce or a translation plugin or anything else, you're able to generate the schema once, store it in a way where you can get access to it over and over again. And when we did this in core, there were certain endpoints that got 40% faster. just moved it up. So what have we covered today? We've talked about a couple key takeaways around patterns that we should follow if we're fetching data, composing multiple requests, building our own endpoints in a way that they support the field's property by using the REST is field included, understanding that we can make multiple requests to linked data to be getting that same information more efficiently. And then we can use Query Monitor to profile all of these requests and make sure that things are working the way that we expect. We can also write schema when registering our routes to make our validation, our UI generation, and a certain degree of our expectations around the security of requests we receive more reliable. The running theme is that there are some things in WordPress core that we find to be pretty useful patterns and have really been excited to see them take off in a lot of the big plugins in the space. There's also a lot of things that we do in WordPress core that I would like to see more plugins do. We're having a very interesting conversation right now with the WooCommerce team about improving the way that Fields is supported on their endpoints. Because if you're running a big e-commerce site, you want to be able to get that information quite quickly. And there's certain scaling problems that we've run into on some of our projects. It's an area where we can hold each other to account. If you're building a plugin for a client, if you're using a plugin that you've gotten from the plugin.wordpress.org site, see whether or not things work the way you expect. If you add fields, maybe it's a smaller response, but is it returning in the right amount of time? That's an opportunity for us to work together, to collaborate, and to make our tools able to increase performance. The performance team within the WordPress core project is doing some incredible work. But I think there's an opportunity for us to step up as plugin authors. And I do actually spend most of my time building agency sites rather than working on core. So I'm certainly committing to this myself as well, to write our own code in a way that's going to be as efficient and as secure as possible. And there's a lot of topics we didn't get to cover today. So do please catch me in the hallway track. I'd love to talk about some of the confusion that we've had around context over the years. I'd love to explain some of the things we found when you're on a website with 500,000 posts that you expect to work, and then suddenly that tags drop down just doesn't work. What puzzles you? What would you like to know about why the REST API is like that? If you can raise your voice, either here at the conference or online, then between the developer teams, the documentation teams, and the community as a whole, we can improve the resources that we provide around building these tools in the patterns that they were designed to be used. And I think we're right at time, but if you'll permit me one final thought. I'm very guilty of talking about the REST API a lot. It's something that I've had very identified with me personally. I've been honored to work with a lot of the people that were the lead developers of it when it was first created. And I'm realizing that probably the degree to which we've talked about it as its own special thing has hurt the community as a whole to understand, use, and feel like we own it. So just as yesterday I asked the organizers to switch the talk track of this conference presentation that I'm giving today from REST API to general development, we have a lot of skills in the WordPress community. We do have very high-level understanding of REST API best practices, PHP best practices, CSS best practices. I think that we should be out there sharing those things outside of our community in those very special modes. There's very specific domains. But I also think that I want to do a better job of not talking about REST API best practices, not talking about REST API performance, but calling it what it is. It's block editor best practices. It's block editor performance. That's the foundation that we need to have to be able to work together as a developer community to build the next couple phases of the block editor and to do it in a way that's going to make the web a lot better for all of the people that rely on this program. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you very much, K. Adam White. All right. Thank you very much, Kadam. We can all improve our sites by using REST API more efficiently. We're going to open the floor for questions. If anyone has any questions, please raise their hand.
Is it possible to get that final slide back on just for another second?
We have someone to give you a microphone.
Hi. I think this will be covering a lot of the questions from the floor as well. So does the fields parameter that you show cover custom fields?
Yes, actually, that's an extremely good question. The way that register REST field and register meta work is that they register something internally that WordPress iterates over when we're fulfilling a core request. We do check the field's property. So if you have Yoast metadata or metadata for a particular plugin, that will be skipped, not just the inclusion of it, but it won't be generated if the field's property says that it doesn't have to be. For custom endpoints, you would need to support it yourself, but if you're using something that is standing on top of the existing post endpoint, it's completely automated.
Okay. Any more questions? Anyone from the back? Kadam, I have a question real quick. We talked about your REST API and you seem very passionate about it, but let's approach it from the opposite direction. What would be your least favorite part of the WordPress REST API?
I'm actually not sure. I was mostly just very burned out. I think most of us who worked on it during the plugin stage were quite burned out after the merge. And so it's been good to have some distance, but I'm coming back to it and I'm seeing what has been built on top of it. There are things that we needed to be able to do in the block editor that were not supported in version 1 or version 2 because our versioning is terrible. That's the answer, versioning.
Yes.
Actually. The versioning of the REST API is not future-proof and sustainable, and that's something Ryan and I don't know how we should have solved it, but we know that the way we did it wasn't the answer.
Okay. Timekeeper, do we still have more time? We have time? More questions? No more time? Okay.
If not, I would like to give about 30 seconds just on my bonus extra slide. The other question that we always get about the REST API is why don't we just use GraphQL? They are both extremely good technologies. I think that the REST API and GraphQL both have places in our application development. GraphQL is much more difficult to get started at if you're a beginner programmer. I think that probably, I still believe the REST API is the better one to have in core for two reasons. One, it's easier to get started and it's a little bit more generic. And two, it actually does give us the same filters that we use in WordPress core. In some cases, the GraphQL plugin goes and gets the data directly, but it does it in a way where it doesn't go through the same PHP filters that we are used to when we're rendering sites on the front end. And the REST API was very committed from the beginning to use WordPress functions internally so that all of those filters would work consistently. They both have their place. We do use GraphQL, but I think that it is an advantage in having the REST API be a little bit more consistent with the old way of WordPress, but also be an API-driven platform that we can build the next generation of WordPress on top of. It's a nice transition in that way. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much again, Mr. Kadam White. Big round of applause for our speaker. We have a bit more time, so if you guys want to hop over to another track, we're going to get started with our next speaker pretty soon. We'll give you some time. But he's managed to integrate a work-life balance. So we'll try to find out how he did that. His talk will focus on the process and plugins involved in writing NFT with WordPress. So for aspiring content creators out there, if you're looking to monetize your content, you want to pay attention to this one. Please help me welcome to the stage, Kinku.
Thank you. Oh, this is nice. Hello, everyone. Sawadee Kop. I'm really happy to have this chance to share with you this topic, like how I make a living with writing NFT on WordPress. Actually, when I submitted this topic to the organizers, I was not so confident that it will be taken, because NFT has such a bad name. I know that. But I'm happy to admit it, and I'm happy that you're here to share with us my journey on making a living with writing NFTs. So to start with, I would like to have a very brief self-introduction, just to provide a context of who I am, so that it fits better in what I'm going to talk about. So right now I'm a full-time writer, and previously in the previous 15 years, I've published 4 books. The latest one called Moneyverse: How Money Works in the Multiverse. So which is not a paper book, but an NFT book, which I published 3 months ago. So you buy the book by buying the NFT. Owning the NFT means you have the true copy, the authentic copy of the book. Although the book itself is licensed in Creative Commons. I mean, the words itself is licensed in Creative Commons, which means everyone can get that for free. But if you want to support the cause, if you want to support me, if you think the book itself is good, you can buy the NFT. And then 3 years ago, I also published another book, which is in a more traditional way, a paper book called The Sociology of Blockchain. Reimagining money, media, and democracy. I translated the titles, but it's a Chinese book, just to be clear. So, and other than that, I also blogs every week, and that's why I'm here, of course. And this is my site, which is actually just very typical WordPress site. I don't even use fancy themes. I just use the most standard one, which is 2023 right now. I just stick with the standard ones. And I don't even use too many plugins. So I just blog every week, the latest post being a few days ago about this event. So this is my blog. And so this is me. Let's get into my sharing. So I know NFT has a bad name. Some of you may hate NFT. Actually, if you hate NFT, maybe you won't be here. Maybe you will be outside. Or if you hate NFT and you're here, maybe you are trying to do this to me. Hopefully not. So even God hates NFT. But I'm not here to judge. To be honest, I hate some NFT projects as well. But I mean, NFT itself is a neutral technology. Even WordPress itself can be used to host really bad websites and very good websites. So let's not influenced by what some NFT projects did in the past, and focus on how we make good use of it, of the technology. So to be clear, I'm not here to tell you how to get rich by selling or trading NFTs. Actually, he doesn't really get rich by selling NFT, but anyway. But instead, I'm trying to share how I turned my words, how I turned my blog posts into mango sticky rice, to feed myself. So to start with, I'd like to introduce the concept of Web3, which I'm sure many of you had heard of, but I still want to talk a little bit about it. So before what it is, let's talk about what it isn't. It's not like a a new version of the web, not like a new version of a certain software, not like iOS, like 14, and then you have 15, not like that. It's not also it's not the upgrade of a certain particular protocol, like new version of HTTP is not. It's more like a paradigm shift. It's more like how we understand the web as a whole. Like, say, start with so-called Web 1. So that was about 1990s when I was in the university, get on the web for the first time with Mosaic browser. So at that time, we usually compare the web to newspaper magazines. So things are static. You browse the web mainly means you're reading, consuming contents. That's what we understand as Web 1. And then about 10 years later, that's when WordPress started, actually 2003. Also when Facebook started, about that time. And there are the site, internet started to, a lot of sites start to emerge where you can produce so-called user-generated contents, which means like you don't only read, but you also write. You produce content. Like most of the content, most of the websites and apps that we use today are based on Web 2 because you have certain amount of like inputs. Like you take photos, you blogs, you send messages, you send email, everything. So from TikTok to Facebook to like every popular program, basically a Web 2. So Web 3, we add an important element which didn't exist on Web 2, which is ownership. So now we have read, write, and ownership. And the reason that we have ownership added to internet, of course, is because of the emerge of blockchain technology, which today we'll not go deep into. But I just want to stress that the way I understand Web3, it's Web 2 plus ownership added to the internet. If you are into the blockchain, probably you would have heard of this particular service called Mirror. So you sometimes read, it's actually quite often that you read about like white papers or articles talking about the blockchain itself. It would be hosted on this mirror.xyz website, which called themselves the home for Web3 publishing. So I myself also had some articles. I actually, most of the time I write in Chinese, but I have a few English articles. So I have them published on the Mirror as well. But this is WordCamp, so of course I'm not going to talk about like how Mirror works because it has nothing to do with WordPress. What I'm going to share is instead how do we do the same thing on our own website, on our own domain name, and with WordPress. So we call that writing NFT, the same name as the Mirror service. So to start with, you need a tool, of course, on website, which is, you can just search for Web3 on WordPress, and you'll get like a bunch of plugins, not that many as of today. So probably the fourth one would be the one that I'm going to introduce, which is called Web3 Press. Of course, you can also just search Web3 Press directly, and it should be in the first result. So they say it's fly me to WordPress Web3. And then you'll need another tool, which is a wallet software installed, wallet extension installed on your Chrome browser. You can also use another variant of Chrome called Brave, which is more for the blockchain users. Some relatively hardcore blockchain users would prefer another browser. Users would prefer another browser called Brave, which has the same core as Chrome. So I assume you'll use Chrome, and you just install this Krabler extension. And then this is actually the most like probably biggest entry barrier for new users. Not just entry barrier for new users of this particular writing NFT, but the entry barrier for like everything blockchain. You need an identity. So this is really really bad example that I'm setting, because you should never show your sick face to others, because if you do, others will be just able to take your money. So this wallet is empty, of course, and you have to write it down and create an identity for yourself. So, and the next step is to get some so-called Litecoin from the faucet. So this is getting probably a little bit hard to understand, but think about it, it's not that hard, because say I just came to Bangkok like the day before yesterday. I'm from Hong Kong, you know. So when I come to Thailand, you spend a baht, the local currency. So I have to convert some of my money into baht so as to like live a life. So this is actually the same idea. To use anything in the blockchain, I need a new currency, different from US dollar. And for this particular example, it's called Litecoin, L-I-K-E, like. But to convert in an exchange, like crypto exchange, is more troublesome. Or I'm not here to encourage you to like buy any crypto. So there's a service called faucet, which is literally a faucet, which will drop you some money, not a lot, but more than enough for you to like create some basic NFT to start with, so that you know what's happening before you really decide whether you are going to engage deeper in the community. So you go to faucet.lite.co and you'll be guided to Discord to prove your identity and get a little bit amount of the coin. After that, you are ready to publish your first NFT. So I just did an example last night with an old article that I write about. So after I published the post, I opened the session of the plugin, and then I can do publish. But this publish is different from like the publish in WordPress. We all know the publish in WordPress means I'm writing the article, I'm writing the blog post to my own database, like my SQL. While this publish is decentralized publishing, which means you are storing the content on the decentralized publishing infrastructure of Web3, so AKA IPFS, if you have heard of that. I'm not going to go deep into that, but you are basically storing your content in an immutable way. So even if, just in case my site go down or go away completely, the record, the content will still be hosted on, like, in a distributed way on many servers. So you do this, publish it on the blockchain, and get what is called an ISCN. I'm sure you have heard of, I'm pretty sure you haven't heard of ISCN, but I'm sure you have heard of ISBN, which is International Standard Book Number. So this is something very similar. So it's International Standard Content Number, which means, which is like a blockchain version of ISBN. So you have your article. It can also be applied to images. You get a unique number for your blog post and have the metadata written to the blockchain. It's very like if you are like old guy like me, when you went to the library like 20 years ago, before the libraries are even computerized, you search for books like this way. Each card represents a book. So you have the metadata of the book, including the name of the book, the author of the book, the publisher, and etc., including one very important information, which is where to find the book, which bookshelf to find the book. So ISBN is something very similar to this. You have a unique number for your article, and people know where to find the article. It's different from URL. I mean, it's a supplementary information to URL. And then with that, you can proceed with minting your NFT, so-called minting, which is like publishing your article as NFT. So you can do some setting, customization of the NFT, like what cover photo to use, and then the OG title, OG introduction, and etc. And then you'll get it. You'll have the NFT created in a few seconds. So this is a real example that I did last night. And then with that, you'll have the writing NFT, I mean the record installed right below the article. So after people read your article or read your blog post, and if they like it, they can just collect the NFT to own your article, to show the appreciation, and have the article shown in their Web3 bookshelf. And your writing NFT will also appear on another website, which is called Likeland. So you have, let's say, it's a marketplace for your articles. So this is my profile page. You can see I just published this article on WordCamp and WordPress like a few days ago. And then I just did that last night as a demonstration for this sharing. After that, I started to get revenue because some readers are starting to collect my article as NFT. So I get like that article that I posted on Wednesday get a better income, like 1,024 like, and then these few get 64 like. So you may wonder, like, what's the point of getting like, L-I-K-E? So I get a lot of likes on Facebook, but it's never, like, I can never use my like to get my mango sticky rice. But this like in capital is a little bit different, but significantly different from likes on Facebook. So it's a crypto token that can be converted into other currencies, including, I'm sure you have heard of Bitcoin. But here I use an example which is probably more easier to understand, which is USDC, a stable coin that's pegged to USD. So this is the latest, at least this is the price for last night. So 100 Litecoin will convert to like 0.22 USDC. So this is how it works. And the next step, I mean, if I'm going to spend it, the next step would be, there are some crypto debit cards. It just works like a Visa that you can use. And in the back end, they will spend cryptocurrency like USDC instead of like charging your bank. So this is exactly what I did last night. I just brought some biscuits in Family Mart nearby with this card, and the card spent the USDC, which came from Litecoin. So this is the whole flow of it. And so now I just went through the whole process, like how I did it. So I blog every week, February 1st, and then 1 week, and then 1 week. I blog every week. And then people buy my articles as NFT, and then I use the cryptocurrency that I earned and turn it into USDC and spend it with a debit card, a Visa card. And the restaurant actually doesn't have to understand or doesn't have to heard about Bitcoin at all or cryptocurrency at all, because what they are getting is just like a typical Visa card, although in the back is charged in cryptocurrency. So the whole flow works this way. So this is a real example as well. This is how the amount of money that I made in 2 months. So not a lot, but enough for me to buy buy my rice. And the good thing is I didn't compromise anything, because I don't have to set up a paywall for my content. I don't have to put advertisement on my blog. So other than spending converting the money into US dollar and spend it, you can of course also use the same coin to support other creators, and this is what I did. So other than others readers buying my NFTs, I'm also a reader for other writers, right? So I also buy the NFT for them. And so this is almost the end of my sharing. I'll just do a simple recap. So you need 2 tools to start with. The one is plugin for WordPress called Web3 Press, and the other is Kepler, which is a browser extension on Chrome. And then you may have to go to these 2 websites. It's not mandatory, but if you are to maybe convert your token, if you are to buy others NFT, or to have a full view of what you publish, you can go to this website. If you are to do money conversion exchange, you can go to Osmosis. And this is basically the end of my presentation, which is actually also available on my blog. You can go to my blog with WC Asia 2023. I didn't mint it as an NFT, but if you want, I can. And then, I mean, if you really want to buy, I can do it. But I just did it and I didn't mint it. So it's available here, and I'm happy to take questions if there's any.
Okay, well,
thank
you very much. Big round of applause for Kinko. We have a couple of raised hands for questions. Microphones come in. Please, sir, your name and your question.
I'm Yahweh Nam from the United States. I got a couple of blogs, but not about me. You showed a picture of Crypto.com Visa credit card. Is this the one that you prefer, or is this the one that you use?
This is the one I used. I used it to try 3 of them, and then I'm still using this one, the Crypto.com.
Okay.
I'm not a spokesman for Crypto.com, but
okay.
I think it works.
It works, yeah.
Yeah.
I also have one, and I was just wondering if there was any more out there that I could.
Actually, if you're in the States, there are a lot more.
Yeah.
But because different jurisdictions, different countries, they have different cards available.
Yeah.
But I'm sure if you're in US, there are a few more options, more than Asia.
Yeah. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. More questions from the back over there?
Hi, my name is Nathan. I'm from Malaysia. I have 2 questions. So, first question number 1 is, I noticed that you are using Ledger wallet, right? So, does it mean that every time you have to mint it, you have to connect to the wallet to approve it? That's question number 1. And then question number 2 is, so every time someone likes your post, you're going to earn some coins. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if they didn't like the post, they can still read the post, right?
Is this a question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the first question first. I am using a ledger, but not for this purpose. I mean, ledger is more like a vault, as you know. It's more for like big amount of money. If you say if you have 100, you want to store 90 in ledger and have 10 keep in your wallet to use more conveniently. So in this case, for like daily operation, I don't really rely on ledger. So you can split your identity or your wallets into different pods. If it grows, you write a really good blog post and earn a lot, you may want to move some of the token to a ledger to for better management. But for daily use, I don't really recommend using ledger, like exactly because of the reason that you mentioned. Because like here in Bangkok, I didn't really bring my ledger with me. So if I want to conduct some transactions, I couldn't do it. So I just didn't use it. And then to your next question, this is actually a choice for the writer themselves. So I mean, it's not a limitation on of the technology or of the tool. So you can choose to hide your content. But for me, I'm always go for open. Like there are about 1,000 articles on 1,000 blogs on my site. All of them are open and licensed in Creative Commons. And this is exactly the reason that I prefer and I would promote this way of like making money, because I feel very uneasy to like put any of my of my blogs behind a paywall. I mean, it's understandable that people do it because they have to make a living. But for me, it's very uneasy because I see my writing as knowledge, which I want to share with people. I want people to have accessibility, no matter who they are, no matter whether they are rich or poor, no matter they are paying me a lot. So I always go for monetization means that doesn't require me to put my content behind a paywall. That's one thing. And yeah, that's it. And actually, what NFT can do, which is the most attractive to me, is that they separate ownership and access. I mean, in the physical world, we usually see ownership and access as one. I have to access certain thing only if I owned it. And the other way is also true. If I owned it, you cannot use it. But in the digital world, like I think it's different, because obviously content can be like duplicated for free. So why would I hide my content? So NFT provides a way that people can own your content, but even without the ownership, other people can still access your content. So ownership means something else. Ownership, in this particular case, means a form of support, means my identity. Like I'm a fan of somebody because I have that somebody's articles on my bookshelf. Like it has other meanings. It means a lot, but not including accessibility. Yeah.
Okay, great question. One more? Over. Okay, one more at the back and next one at the front. Go ahead, sir.
Right, so it kind of leads on from what you were just saying about the paywall. Could this be configured for a paywall scenario? Or, for example, I sell music downloads and I have to split revenue with musicians. I'd ideally want a situation where someone can come to the site and stream music, and there'll be a reward for the creators of the music. Can this be configured in that way?
Yeah. Technically, you can do that, but with different tools. Say, there's another plugin, but I couldn't really recall the name, where you can limit the availability of certain content based on their wallet address. So only if you find that they own your NFT, that you let them read it. Say, for example, if I can do it the other way. This is an article hidden behind the paywall. Only if you buy the NFT and I can check on the blockchain that you own this NFT, that I'll show you this. I mean, technically it's totally feasible, but this is not this is not the scope of this sharing. Yeah, but actually, if I have like 2 minutes. Cool, cool. I still have a little bit of time, so I like to demonstrate to you like how I may collect the NFT of someone. So this is my own profile. This is what I created, and this is what I collected. And as you can see, it's a little bit small. So let's see this particular post first. So this is the blog post that I published it on Wednesday, and it's a bit small. There are 30 readers who collected it, and I can check out the details on blockchain. So these are all those 30 people that has collected the blog post, and then you can even check out the chain data. Those data written on the blockchain. So when they collected and etc. So the latest price is about 1,000 Litecoin, which is about $2 US, 2.2 US, something like that. And on my own blog, I'll see the same article, and at the end of it, there is a record where people can just collect it right in my website. So they don't have to go to the Litecoin website. So imagine you have two different stores. One is right inside your WordPress site, and the other one is on Litecoin, which they'll help you promote sometimes. So let me try to collect. Actually, it's probably not good to collect my own NFT. So let's try to collect some others' NFT as an example. So I go to this website and see what's the latest. So this looks good. I know her. I used it. I mean, I read almost all of her article. So if I want to support, I just click collect now, and it will go to a wallet interface. So I can either pay by Litecoin, because I have Litecoin in my wallet. If I don't, I can pay by card, which is more expensive because of the credit card fee. Actually, out of the 1.16 US, most of it is credit card fee. So it's better to pay by because it's micropayment, you know. Micropayment is not very suitable to be paid by credit card. There you go. Takes probably 10 seconds. Okay. So now I owned one copy of the blog post. And so here they have some fancy stuff. It's like buying a DVD or a book of a blog post. So which looks pretty good. So now when I go back to my portfolio, I have collected this particular blog post, which I like. So this is how it works. And the author, of course, would have received 64 like from me, so that she can convert it into US dollar and feed herself. So this is how it works. Okay.
Yeah, that was a really informative demonstration. Another question? Yes?
Thanks. I had a question about, first of all, thank you very much. Very interesting and very inspiring what you're doing. I had a question about whether people could pay without Litecoins, and obviously you just showed that in the demo.
Yeah.
What's the percentage, do you know, of yours that have been sold by Litecoins or by US dollars? Does the vast majority are buying them with Lite within that community?
Yeah, I think most people buy in like because
of the charges you mentioned.
Yeah.
So to that extent, it's a relatively closed community of these people who are participating in this. How do you see that community expanding if someone wanted to embark?
Closed, relatively closed, like community. Actually, the whole blockchain community, the whole Web3, it's noisy. Like you hear of that a lot of time, but relatively speaking, relative to the size of the internet, I'm sure it's less than 10% of the people. So, and among those people, they would definitely choose to pay in that particular currency. I think like 10% of them, in my case, do pay by card because I can see the record that they are paying by card. Maybe they are not aware of that they are spending a lot of the cost on the surcharge instead of have it paid to me. So I've been doing this thing for 5-6 years right now, and I can clearly feel the difference when I did it, started it, and right now it's still small, but I can clearly feel the difference. I hate to provide a prediction when it would become huge, but then other than time, I'm very sure that things can only get easier and easier, and people will be. It wouldn't feel as strange for people to own a wallet and own cryptocurrency. I can still remember how hard it is to get on the internet itself. We just talk about Web1, you have to do tons of things so as to just get on the internet. But now that everyone have internet access, I think it will happen to blockchain as well. Although I couldn't really predict it would be 5 years or 10 years or a dozen years later.
Thank you very much. No, I agree. Well, I think it's a very exciting beginning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very optimistic view of the future of NFTs. Do we have another time for one more question? Last one? Anyone? Okay, I guess that's it. Well, thank you very much. A big round of applause for King Koo. All right, folks, we are going on long break. So if anyone wants to get lunch, coffee, visit some of the sponsor booths, thank you very much for attending Track3. Be back here, check your schedules, and thank you very much.
or freelancing, let's consider the SME. So SMEs have always questioned what to do next after 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, how to plan it, how to plan for the projects, how to decide to work with which client, what profits they are giving. So we have many questions, and I have noticed also that so many times they keep asking same question again and again. So if we have question, if someone guides, then definitely it will help us. So we have a good speaker who has more than 20 years of experience in web development. And since last 10 years, she has been working as a Chief Operational Officer. So let's welcome Hannah to share her experience.
Good morning or good afternoon. Web development agencies. So normally I would introduce myself and my company, but I need all the time today, so we're going to jump right in. This is a lot of information. My slides and all of my speaker notes will be shared online. I only have 30 minutes, so I can't speak as slowly as I would like, but don't worry, everything I say is written down. You can read it later. I will also share all of the spreadsheets and all of the tools that I talk about today. Also, if you have another way of doing these things at your company that you'd like to share, please feel free during the Q&A. I have been doing this for 23 years, but I certainly don't know everything, and I'd love to improve things at my company too, so I would love to hear your experiences. Does this sound weird to you guys, or it's fine? Okay. So today we're going to talk about how to use data generated by your work to decide how to manage your business. And in the title, I say it's focused on small and medium businesses. The advice really applies to all web development firms. The difference is really that as we get bigger and our revenue grows, we tend to purchase more software as a service to collect this data and help us make decisions. So some of the techniques I talk about can really be outsourced to software when you can afford it. You have to figure out at what point saving time is worth spending money. So in surveys that I've seen, about a third of US companies are not using any services for issue tracking, project management, capacity planning, and even accounting. And US companies tend to be pretty big. So I thought it would be good to share some of the solutions we have found or built ourselves that don't require a subscription. Why are we talking about data-driven decisions? What's the point? So typically our goal is to increase profit. This may sound obvious, but growing your business, taking on more clients, building more sites is not really a good way to measure business success. We don't really care about the money we make as much as the money we get to keep. So for example, one company can work 100 hours, make 100,000 baht, and have 10,000 baht profit. Or you can work 1,000 hours, make 1,000,000 baht, and still only have that same 10,000 baht profit. We want to be the first company. We want to work less time for our money, and I want to make sure you know how to control the profit you get for the time you're putting in, for the work you're putting in. So to do that, we need some data. So we're going to cover business decisions about your finances. How much should you charge your clients? How do you know which of your clients are profitable? Workflow, how many projects can you do? When can you do them? How can you set deadlines? And estimates, how long is the work going to take? No one knows, but sometimes we have to guess anyway. And these things are all connected. We need to do estimates to know our workflow. We need to know workflow to do staffing. We need to know financial to basically do anything at all. So I left estimates for last because I could do an entire presentation on that, and I think I have. But we need to know all of this stuff so we can set our prices and control the amount of work we do for each of the clients. And those are the factors that determine profitability. So let's dive into finances first. One of the most important decisions as a company is how much to charge your clients. That's a big factor in how much money you make. So we know that revenue minus expenses is your profit. But even if you're charging clients by the project, by story points, by the month, by the page, whatever, at the end of the day, you're paying employees for their time and you're charging clients for your employees' time. So it does basically come down to hours no matter what kind of engagement you have, and it also helps us do our math later. So we want to know what profit per hour so we can know how much to charge clients generally and whether each individual client is profitable. So first we need to find our company's total expenses for the year. And it's up to you how you want to average your expenses. You can calculate this once per year and adjust your rates. You can use a rolling average. So at any point you can say how much have our expenses been in the past 12 months. You can guess ahead to next year's budget and do it based on that. Your expenses are all the things you spend money on as a company. So salaries, benefits, rent, subscriptions, hardware, hosting. If you pay for it as a company, it's an expense. Then we need your billable hours. These are only the hours that the clients are actually paying for. Once we have our expenses and our billable hours as a company, we can divide total company expenses by total company billable hours. This is our break-even hourly rate. This is how much we need to charge for every hour that we bill in order to exactly pay our expenses. This is one of the most important numbers we have in our business, and it's the basis for our pricing decisions. So obviously, it's really hard to know exactly how much your expenses are going to be or how many hours of billable time you're going to have across your company. So we add more to each hour to make sure we can pay our expenses and also make a profit. So you can decide how much to charge clients by deciding how much profit you want to make. The profit margin is the amount of money that you get to keep above the amount you need to pay your expenses. So this is the money you get to keep if you're the owner of the company, or you can use it to upgrade equipment, give raises, give bonuses, or other investment back in your company. So in this example, we want to make 20% profit. So we'll take our break-even made-up hourly rate of 1,000 baht and increase it by 20%. So that's the money we can keep after we pay our expenses. You can also work the math backwards if you have a profit goal in mind. So let's say we want to make 1 million baht next year. If my expenses are 5 million, I need to bring in 6 million in order for my profit to be 1 million. That would give me a profit margin of 16.7% and a sales goal of 6 million baht. Okay, easy. Now, looking at how much we have to charge per hour to make 1 million baht in profit. We know our expenses are 5 million. Let's say our billable hours are 10,000 hours. That is probably around 6 or 7 people working full-time for a year. We have to charge 500 baht per hour to pay our expenses. To keep 1 million baht in profit, we know our revenue goal is 6 million, so we would have to charge clients 600 baht per hour to keep 1 million baht in profit. Okay, so that is the basis. If you're a really small company or you don't do time tracking for whatever reason, you can guess at your billable hours. So you start with the standard working hours in your country. In America, it's 2,080. You subtract some estimates for non-billable time, and you use that as a guess for each employee's billable hours. So looking at my company's actual billable hours for the past 5 years, we were like 67, 58, 61, 55, 52. So 59% billable on average, but it does change year to year. So some years we're doing a lot of conferences, working on our internal site or our internal products. We have people going on parental leave or other types of non-billable time. So it's good to take an average and think about how plans in the coming year might affect your billable hours. We also really want to know if each client is profitable. So you will have some clients who argue over hours, ask for estimates that they never approve. You have to work on a technology you're not an expert with, and you can't really bill them for all of it, or they just find other ways to make you spend time on them that you can't bill them. If your clients are paying for all of the time you spend on them, you are winning. You are doing a great job. You are a hero. If you find that you're spending a lot of non-billable time on a particular client, you may need to increase their rates to make up for it. So these are just some example rates, but you want to have a scale in mind for how much you will charge in different situations. Typically, you will charge the most if a client has a very small project, they only need a few hours of work, or if they're high maintenance. So these are the clients where you spend a lot of internal time compared to the amount of time that you're billing them. And it usually makes sense to reduce the cost per hour according to how much total money they're going to give you. So if it's a large retainer or a build, usually that means you can charge less per hour and still make a good profit. You may want to reduce your rates for very large projects, for companies that you want to help, like you care about their mission, or in situations where your staff doesn't have a lot of work and they're not going to be doing anything anyway, so it makes sense to take less profitable projects just to fill their time. I found this chart I made in 2013, and it's called Chart of How Much We Like Our Clients. This was a joke, but I was trying to make a point to our client services team that we have a lot of clients where we do a lot of work but make a low profit, and we have other clients where we do a little work but we make a lot of profit. So keep in mind that we do need revenue to pay our expenses, so sometimes we still want those clients who give us a lot of revenue without a lot of profit. But you need to know that's happening. You need to be in control of how much time you're spending on these clients for how much money you're getting. So we currently use a sheet like this to track revenue changes by client, both by quarter and over years. And we use this to see how our client revenue and business line revenue are changing over time. I made a template for you. It's at that URL. And all of these spreadsheets and all of the templates I made are in my speaker notes as well, which I will share when it's posted online. This is another profitability sheet, and this gets more granular by client. So each client has a row, and I track their actual hours versus our revenue to see what we would have to charge to break even, what we are actually making per hour, and what our profit and our profit margin are. So you can see I do this for retainer clients, hourly clients, and projects, which are our builds. So I do this every quarter, and then I make another sheet for the year, keeping previous year totals to compare. So this shows you how much you're really making on each client and will clearly show you which clients are not being charged enough for the work that you're doing. Now we know how much to charge for work. If our prices are calculated well, the more work we do, the more money we make. But we do have a limited number of developer hours available, so we have to figure out how many projects we can do and when we can do them. The first thing you need to figure out is what resources you need for the project, and that starts with doing an estimate, which we'll also talk about later. And this can be organized based on the size of the project, by story points, by hours, by weeks, by sprints. Once you know how much time the project will take, you can look at your project schedule to see where you can fit it in. And depending on your company, you may have to plan multiple team schedules, or just the teams that are really busy. So for me, I have to really carefully keep track of our front and back end developers, but like project managers, design, IT, their schedules are usually fine. So you need some kind of project schedule. For large companies, we're talking about Gantt charts. They let us map our workflow over time and by resource, since we typically have agile teams that are working together long term. For small to medium companies, you can make your own resource planner with Google Sheets or Excel. You can use software like Jira integrations, Harvest Forecast, Monday.com, Resource Guru, which is what I use, and tons of other software services that let you visualize the work that you have planned for your company. So I found this old spreadsheet also from 2013, when I loved spreadsheets, to keep track of our maintenance work, so our non-build tickets. And this was when we used Basecamp as our project management tool. Now we use Jira, so I have custom filters set up to do this. But if you're a small company, you can do something like this to allocate your build resources if you don't want to pay for a software subscription for resource tracking. So as we book work or we move through the sales process for work that's not booked yet, I put it into the sheet according to our team's internal estimate. When we have a new project coming, I can scroll forward in time until I see an opening for the resources that I expect to need. So if a client asks to have a site improvement done in 2 weeks, but I see that we're fully booked, I can ask the client to move the deadline. I can get in touch with our outsourcing partners to ask them if they have availability to help, or I can tell the client that we just can't, handle the work for them. So once we see our potential start date, we can go back to our estimated resource needs and figure out what the deadline would look like if everything went perfectly, our estimate was 100% accurate, and nothing went wrong in the entire build. And then we take that deadline that will never happen, and we figure in real life. So depending on how close to reality your team's estimates tend to be and how complex the project is, you want to increase your estimate by some margin. So usually somewhere between 20 and 300%. Please do not book your developers for 8 hours in an 8-hour workday. There will be some days when people can or have to code the entire day, but that's really not realistic as a guideline. It's not a good way to do a schedule. So we use 5 to 7 hours per day of output, depending on the complexity of the project, how well they know the underlying technology, whether they've worked on that site before, and how dedicated the developer is to that project. If you have them switching between different types of work, you can expect their output to go down for sure. I also find that we tend to underestimate the time needed to do final QA of beta sites, as well as the final edits and the small scope creep driven by clients. So if you don't add that time into your schedule, it's going to cause major problems for the start time of the next project that you have booked for those resources. Obviously, if it's major scope creep, that work needs to be flagged as such for the client and scheduled the way any new work is scheduled. So if you are a dev company that's not 100% retainer driven, it is very hard to know how much work your company will have. Emergencies come up, estimates go bad, clients have new ideas. We rely heavily on freelancers and outsourcing work to other dev firms. That helps us handle overflow. We do sometimes have to tell clients we just can't do it, but we try to partner with other companies who might have resources free to handle that overflow work. So if you want to do that, try to find those resources, try to find those partners before you need them. Do a test project, get to know each other, make sure they work with your workflow and you guys can trust each other, and then you know who to turn to when you need help. First of all, it is not your team that is bad at estimates. It is not developers who are bad at estimates. Human beings are really, really bad at estimates. We are bad at estimating everything. Literally, someone won the Nobel Prize proving that. So a survey by the Project Management Institute showed only about half of their members' projects are completed on time and on budget, and that's better than a lot of stats I've seen. Obviously, the easiest, most accurate, and most profitable approach is to build with Agile on a time and materials basis. Like, it's awesome if the client just pays for all of the time that you work. But a lot of clients need that upfront pricing, even if it's like, maximum price, or they don't understand Agile methods at all. So what can we do to make estimates better when we have to do them? This template is open source and is linked to in my slide notes. Before you work on an estimate for a new project, you need to decide whether it's even worth doing the project at all. So is it a good fit for the technologies that your company uses? Do you have the staff available for it? Is it a good client or work that you're excited to do? You can fill this out yourself, or as we do, have a few people on different teams give their opinions and see if the work even makes sense in the first place. Most companies need to be selective about the work they pursue in order to avoid overextending your team or also getting into projects that are just a terrible fit for your company. If we decide to take on a new project, we normally give the client some kind of estimate, even if it's a range or a do not exceed price. Since our developers don't know the future, it can help to look at the past. So just like you can use reference stories to create a basis for story points, you can find previous projects that your team worked on that's similar to the new project and use the time you spent on those to give you an idea of the range to expect. If you don't use a time tracking tool that gives you a historical reference, that profitability tracking sheet we looked at actually does provide a record of that time. So the most important step in improving estimates is to break the work down. This only works if you have decent specs for the project. If you don't have specs, please do not expect your developers to give you accurate estimates. When a project's not defined, we tell the client that we can't do an accurate estimate with the information that we have. So we give them a range of what we think the project might end up in, thinking about other similar projects we've done in the past, but we tell them that we may need to change that when the project becomes more defined and we actually know what work we're going to do. If we have good specs, we can start breaking the work down. So obviously, if it's a single task, you can write a user story and the developer can estimate in story points. When things get larger, we use templates to help break down tasks and also keep in mind the non-story work that needs to be done. So this is our story points template. We use this for requests that are less than one sprint of work, which for us is 2 weeks. The first sheet is the summary sheet. So this creates totals for all of the tabs at the bottom. You can add as many tabs as you need for the work you're doing. Just make sure to edit the summary page to include all the new tabs so that your totals are correct. So here we have tabs by type of work. You can also add tabs for any work that you want to estimate separately. So if you can give the client options as to what work they want to buy. It helps them decide what features they can develop for their budget. As we discussed earlier, even if you work in sprints or story points, many clients pay in hours with their retainers. You pay your employees for the hours they work, more or less, even if they're on salary. So ultimately, hours are pretty closely tied to pricing no matter how you work. This is the system we use to convert points to hours. You can develop your own table that makes sense for your team. Our rule is that anything over 8 points needs to be broken down into smaller stories, and we don't put anything over 8 into estimates. But this is the math that's powering that story point spreadsheet. If your client understands what 950 story points means, then you do not need this. You don't need to convert into hours. But most small and medium agencies are not dealing with the type of client who can understand that. So if we go back to the summary sheet, when each team member fills in the separate tab, the homepage converts the story points into hours. It then uses the hourly rate that we want to charge for our project to create a price range that we can give to the client. And I also included, a little bit later. So looking at one of the tabs, we use the top section, we have a pre-filled list of common tasks. And this is to help our team not forget work that is not coding. So they might want to include time for meetings, planning, deployment, and just other things that we don't think about when we're planning these features out. Then the bottom section can be short, like this, if the work is simple, or you can include as many lines of user stories as you want if the work is complex. And you can see that we only have options for 1, 3, 5, or 8 story points so that nobody can put anything bigger than that in there. So I included this older sheet because it shows, this is about 8 years ago, when government clients used to make us create sites that were backwards compatible to old versions of IE. That was a good time. When responsive was something that clients paid for instead of the default way to build sites, and when we charged extra for creating style guides or we didn't do it at all. So, but this gives you an option to add extra add-ons for pricing for things that you don't typically include in a build. You can just add them in a separate area and it sums it up from the other sheets. And then this one also has, so it has a break-even price, a proposed, what we would normally charge, and then it has a premium, and that's for clients who are rushing us, who are making us do something that's kind of out of our wheelhouse, not something we're good at, or whatever reason we want to overcharge them. So here's an example template that estimates simple tasks, but lets us add a pain in the ass, like what factor, for clients or projects that are difficult. In this example, the hours came out to 3.5, but the estimate is 7. There's a doubling of time for expected complications, and this is useful if you are starting to build in a technology that your team is not familiar with, if the client is really bureaucratic. So for instance, dealing with government or big universities, sometimes there's really a lot of overhead piled on the actual things you're building. So this will help you adjust your estimates in hours or story points and calculate different pricing tiers based on that. So if the work is at least one sprint of work, instead of that story points template, we use the sprint estimate template. So each person estimates the number of sprints they will need to work to complete the project. Note that you can adjust utilization or sprints, like 50% utilization for 2 sprints is the same as 100% utilization for 1 sprint. So make sure to tell your team if that difference is how you're planning the sprint out, so they know whether it matters. Then you just adjust the project values to how much you want to charge per hour, how many weeks are in your sprints, how many hours there are in a week for your developers, which is not every hour that your company is open, and if you want to add a flat project rate management fee on top. So for your PMs, you can add a certain %, or you can add separate lines for your PMs, BAs, whatever you have. As with our other template, we can add tabs at the bottom to estimate out different features separately as you need. You can also see in our version that I link to our tracker for historical project hours. So that way everybody who goes to make an estimate can look at all of the real project hours that we spent on every build we've ever done for 20 years. So those are the templates we use to do estimates, but I wanted to share a few other tips to help increase estimate accuracy. Estimate work for other people. Believe it or not, we do more accurate estimates if we imagine another person is going to be doing the work. So if you're the one doing it, imagine some other developer who has your same job is going to be doing that work, and you will create a more accurate estimate. Use past projects as a guide, add that buffer time, and also think about worst case situations. In reality, most projects turn out longer than we thought was even possible. Okay, let us wrap this up. So in summary, collect data, use it to make business decisions and profits. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it. and ขอบคุณที่คนช่วย AV ขอบคุณค่ะ This is my contact information if you need anything from me in the future. I love talking about spreadsheets, apparently. All right, questions? Zip, oh, okay.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. First of all, thank you, and thank you so much. It gave a lot of tips for my job, for my workflow. As I work in the real world situation, there's a lot of things there's a lot of projects that slips the timeline. How can you manage the expectation from the stakeholder, like client, or the expectation from your team and the expectation of the company?
Okay, I mean, typically our team kind of knows what's happening because they're doing it. With the client, though, I would tell them as soon as possible. So when you see that something is going wrong, say, hey, you know, I noticed this is more complicated than we thought, or we're using this third-party tool and the documentation is not great. You know, we think it's going to take longer. If you expect to charge them because it's out of scope, say that right away. We think this is going to take an extra whatever amount of time or hours or story points. And definitely tell them anything that's added, whether it's a problem that comes up or whether it's things that they add, is going to extend the timeline. It's super common to try to do everything the client thinks of like within the original timeline. That's just not fair to your team. So I would say like really good open communication as soon as you know that an issue has come up is the best way to deal with that. And hopefully they understand. Some clients are not reasonable. Maybe that's a person you don't really want to work with in the future.
I have this type of experience a lot.
Yes, I think everybody has had that type of experience.
And one more question, please.
Sure.
There's a lot of projects that you have initial plan to develop the software in a phase by phase. Like,
Yep.
for example, we start developing the website for the project that use WordPress, right? And then we want to add the feature or enhancing the experience across the web.
Sure.
But they decided, hey, it doesn't worth it for the effort. But how can you persuade that to let them rethink how they invest the project?
So the client doesn't want to do phases?
Yeah.
They want to build everything at once?
We plan to do everything. There's two situations. First is we separate into phases, and the second one is we develop the full package at the first, and when we thought that, hey, it may be improved in the next phase.
So is the client involved in looking at your progress as you're building?
Yes.
That I wouldn't be super worried about what you're calling phases, as long as they're checking in with you and saying, yes, this is what we mean, this is what you're supposed to be building, or no, you are on the wrong track, you are doing the wrong work. I think you're going to be okay. The problem really comes when you talk to a client, you agree what you're going to build, and then you go off to your company and you build a giant thing for them. You build a whole website, you build a whole improvement, and then you come back and you're like, ta-da, do you like it? And they're like, no, we don't like it, because they didn't get to see it as it was built. And kind of the point of Agile is to, even if you don't work on Agile, the point of having your client be involved in the progress is for them to see you doing work so they can stop you if things are going wrong. So you don't waste that time building things that they don't want. So I wouldn't worry too much about like phases. Just make sure the client is seeing what you're building on a regular basis, preferably every like 2 to 4 weeks, so that they can give you that feedback and stop you from wasting time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
I have a question about budget. I have situations where maybe my friends of friends, they approach me and they say, hey, I'm a bit of budget tight. Can you issue an estimate for me? And I have no idea how should I prepare the estimate, because I'm not sure how much price should I give to the person. They mentioned they are budget tight and they are my friend, or maybe friends recommend to me. So I just want to do the project, but I'm not sure what budget should I offer to them.
How good of a friend are they?
So how can I deal with this kind of situation?
I would ask them, I would just say, what is your actual budget? Tell me in whatever currency you're using. Because if they do that, if they say I have, 10,000 baht or 100,000 baht, then you can tell them this is what I can build for you for that money. And you can make an inexpensive website. It is completely possible to make a basic functioning website that looks good, is easy to use, gives you the information you need without spending a lot of money. But that needs to be the objective from the beginning, and you need to design that website and plan that website with that in mind. You can't be doing a bunch of custom functionality for them. So just have that conversation. Say, how much money do you have? And then tell them, this is what I can do for you. Is that going to solve your problem or not? Because you don't want to try to do them a favor and then build something that doesn't work for them anyway. That's not really helping either of you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. And I have a question about managing the developer in terms of when they have because it's a lot of limited resource and they need to juggling between a lot of projects.
Yep.
So it means that in one day they may have to jump between project and projects. And what is your in terms of your idea? What is your idea in terms of making them do you judging them between jumping between project a lot, or do you just make them focus on one project for the whole week or just day by day? Because what we do at the moment, they may jump to the API development. The next thing they jump to a function to custom function for another client. Then the next hour they may just look into a bug and things like that. So it's and the project manager needs to try to their own best to set the priority. And of course, as you say, it affects the
productivity.
Efficiency. So what do you think on this one, and how do you solve this kind of issue?
I mean, if you have different work that they need to be doing, you can only do so much. I would say limit it as much as you can. So I try to block people out on projects for as long as I can, but sometimes you have a break where the client's reviewing the site, or for whatever reason there's a break in work and they need to start working on something else. That is a normal part of developing. Do it as little as you can, minimize the flipping back and forth, understand that making them change tasks is going to reduce their productivity. And I would say, honestly, the number one thing is try not to talk to them every hour. If we have a rule at my company, if it is an emergency, call them on the phone. If you need a response within 1 hour, you can message them on Slack. If you don't need a response from them in 1 hour, if they don't need to know that information in 1 hour, send an email. Let them look at it when they are in between tasks. Because when they're in the middle of coding and you stop them to talk to them, any of you, the project managers, other developers, they are losing their train of thought, and you can literally cost them hours of work if you bother them at the wrong time. So I would say try to reduce the amount of task switching, but more than anything, try to protect their time. And for those of you who are not developers, think about writing a proposal or writing documentation. If someone interrupts you in the middle of writing, you really lose your train of thought. It can really cost you a lot of time to go back, reread what you wrote already, and try to get back into the groove, into flow. And that is what we're talking about with developers.
I have a question. So when they have a lot of backlog, we have a lot of projects coming. Usually, sometimes the project management team, they always do the heads up. Hey, this coming to the next week or next day. What do you see on this one? Because then the developer need to just have the information that they doesn't need. You got my point? Now tomorrow I'm gonna work on this, but now I already work on this one. Do I need to know tomorrow what I need to do, or do I just need to know at the moment before I work?
I do like them to know what they're going to be working on in case there's a problem with it. So again, this is not urgent information. They do not need to look at this right now when you're sending it. So send it in an email and they can look at it later. But let them look at that project and say, oh, we can't do this. This doesn't make sense. Or we actually already did this on this project. It's just not enabled. Or I'm not the right developer to be doing this work. You want to know that before you're supposed to start work on it, because that's a problem that you need to solve as a PM. So yeah, send it, but don't make them look at it like right that minute.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just have a question from the other side.
Okay.
Which is basically, if you're a client, and and let's say if I'm working with you and your company, like how can I be as productive and as collaborative as possible to help you build the project for us or for me, or for example?
I would say be as honest as possible about what you're trying to accomplish, what your limitations are, what's important to you. Give real feedback. Like, a lot of clients try to be polite. It's not my website. It's your website. Like, you are the one that needs to be happy with it. So don't try to please me. If you see that we're building something and it is not what you were looking for, say that right away before we spend more time on it. And likewise, if you're having your own staffing issues, if you are understaffed on your team, you need more time for like the review process, or you're not going to have your content ready, let us know that, because we can adjust the schedule. We just need to know what's going on with you. So, I mean, I feel like we could do a whole nother presentation about communication, because that's really what all of these problems come down to.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, communication is the key, I guess.
Also, while I have you, things go wrong when you're coding. Just so you guys know, like, we don't know, we cannot do everything perfectly. Please understand that.
Of course, of course. Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Hello.
Hi.
That's street art piece.
That's what?
The dog, the phone.
Ah.
It's from Bergen, based in Norway.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from there. It was quite fun to see here. Project management. What's your take on the different models? How to charge?
How to, in what sense?
Yeah, it's like hourly based, percentage of the project. How do you do?
It depends. So it depends on what work we think the project managers are going to do. If it's pure normal oversight and like QA, the regular model, we do the percentage, and we find 20% is usually pretty close for us. If the client needs a lot of hand-holding, they're not technical, they need the project managers to come in and explain, how does a website work? How does the admin work? They need a lot of training. We'll do it by hours. We'll add more, or story points. We'll add more story points onto the estimate. And the other thing is, if our project managers are doing things like helping with content or really heavily planning the website for them, like, I find sometimes our project managers are our project managers, and sometimes our project managers are like their project managers. Sometimes they like almost work at that company for the duration of the project. Like, they're so involved in the client work that that's a completely different model, as you say. And so we do need to estimate the time that they're going to be spending on that and points and bill the client for it that way. But it depends on the project. I mean, and it depends on the type of work that you're doing and how involved your project managers are and what type of clients you have. So the answer is I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Hannah.
Thank
Actually,
you
we are
all
running
for
out
coming.
of time. So
Have a great day.
If you have any questions, you can meet the Hannah around the area and you can ask your questions. Thank you very much, Hannah, for the nice session. It is a good learning for me as well. Thank you. Just a minute. Welcome back, everybody. Uh, in today's era, we all want to start e-commerce or we want to sell online things. When we sell things online, we always think, what if we keep it selling again and again? That is the subscription model, right? So when we want to set up a subscription website, we think that how to do it, what payment gateway integration we need to do, how to do it. So we have many questions, right? So here today we have a good speaker who has a good experience in setting up a subscription website without coding. So no code subscription setup. So welcome Hidetaka for his session. Thank you.
For starting my session, I want to say the many thank you for the organizers to have a super nice event, nice the WordCamp event. Thank you. Today, I will talking about no-code SaaS and full-site editing. It is a fundamental part. Then today I will talking about two things. One thing is the subscriptions. And other things is SaaS, software as a service. And the key message is using the no-code tool, so you can focusing on your business, what you want. And this is today's agenda. First, I will talking about why we start the subscriptions. And the second part is showing the example to creating the subscription site using the WordPress and full-site editing. And finally, talking about it's time to read from the no-code. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hidetaka, come from Japan, working on the Stripe as a developer advocate or DevRel. Let's begin my talk. Why we start subscriptions? Does anyone start or running the subscription business, your company or your business? Okay, it's good time. In fact, according to the report from the Zuora, the report showing the company who providing the subscription service is increasing more faster than the traditional companies. And there's, of course, there's so many reasons, but it's one of the good example and a good reason to increase in the faster is this is pricing model. First, the traditional model is pricing per package, and other side, the subscription company is new metrics, pricing and per license and the time. So the differences is a pricing model. Traditional companies unit amount by quantity. But the subscription company is adding the new part, the time. So the user using your service for a long time, we can get the more revenue and get the more profit. That's why and of course the increase in the member or subscriptions, we can get the profit and the stacking. That's why the company who's providing the subscription is growing faster. Let's look at the example of the past company we call the Digital Cube. The company 10 years ago, they providing the WordPress development service. They're creating the over 100 plugins and contributing the 9 open source projects and making the WordPress site for the Japanese media site or Japanese agency. But it's hard to scale up because the development service depends on the resource of the developer who working in their company. So maybe 7 or 6 years ago, they starting the new service we call the Amimoto. This is a hosting service for developers. They starting the WordPress hosting service by monthly and by annual. And they start to promote to the not only WordPress community, but the AWS community and the other developer community in Japan. And they get new customers, not only Japan, because this type of the package and the subscription service can sign in the don't contact to the sales member or marketing, but the customer can start the service by themselves. So they can get a new chance to get more customers, not only Japan, but worldwide. But they still have issues. The issue is they're talking about the performance and the specifications, but the many companies members who are working on the marketing or sales or writer don't understand or hard to understand the specification or what WordPress is. So finally, they will start for the new SaaS for all publishers. The name is a Sifter. Sifter talking the not productivity. They are talking the story. WordPress remain the maintenance cost or maintenance resource, but convert to your site as a static site. We don't have to maintain the WordPress, and we can focusing on the creating the content, the publishing the content, the distribute or promote our products. So they having the two services. One is Amimoto for the developers, and the other side is Shifter for all publishers, and they still increasing the revenue and the company's members. The takeaway, and the CEO Hiromichi Koga say, starting the subscription service or SaaS, we can focusing on the talking about the user story or the blueprint or what we can success. But before the WordPress development or helping the agency, we have to focusing on the specification or WordPress performance or how we have a skill to development WordPress. So we can focusing on the what users want. Okay, let's take a look at the 3 examples to creating the premium membership site. First is using the no-code SaaS service. For example, this is a simple native WordPress site. Only see the public post, but if users subscribe any membership, you can see the private post. Let's take a look at how to create it. The step 1, using the subscription form based on the Stripe or Shopify or any other URL-based subscription form. And then using the iPaaS, like Zapier or Yom or any other good SaaS service, to integrate in the payment service and the WordPress site to create the new users for the subscribers. Then, using the user role editor or any other similar plugin to modify the user role to add the role with private post for the subscribers. Then, we can the subscribers and the member can see the private posts if they log in to the WordPress site. And finally, we just write the premium membership post as a private post. This is a really simple way to start to the subscription service. And if the several payment SaaS providing the customer my page, like this one, so if user want to download the invoice PDF or changing the plan or unsubscribe our membership, you just add a link for this type of the SaaS hosted my page. And in case of Stripe, they have an embedded pricing table, so we can provide a multiple plan for the subscribers. So using the link-based, the SaaS service is easy to get started new paid media or premium membership. But of course, we remain the issues. The issue is it's hard to customization because payment interface, my page interface depends on the SaaS specifications. And of course, we don't write any code. So the website looks like that depends on the WordPress specification or plugin specifications. So go to the next step. Next way is using the WordPress plugin. For example, Paid Membership Pro. This is one of my personally favorite plugin to provide in the premium membership. It's easy to create the membership required block. You can place the member-only post inside this block, and we can modify the membership level. So if you want to change in the content that depends on the membership level, we just place the content inside this block and check in the membership level. It's really easy way to making the paywall in the WordPress site. And this type of plugin usually providing the page generation features. For example, this plugin creating the tools for over the 8 page for managing the customer information or membership level or profile. So we can focusing on the writing the content or creating the user interface. And some plugins have pre-built the membership level features. So if you want to free trial, just select the free. And if you want to the annual and the monthly, choosing the monthly and the annual. So using the useful plugin is an easy, faster way to set up and configure and get ready. But of course, we need to look for the good plugin to match your business or your website, what you want. So sometimes it might be the long trip to looking for the best plugin. And final way is creating the new custom block. So if you want to customize, you can create in the dynamic block, like in the PHP code. And yes, this is checking the render dynamic block, checking the membership level. And if the membership level is matched, you can run the block. But if not, showing the another upsell or subscription form contents. Of course, it's fully customizable, but it's no code. So you can choose the 3 ways. Using the URL-based or linking SaaS service is the most fastest way to start a subscription business. And using the powerful plugin and look for the powerful plugin is the easiest way to start a membership or premium site. And if you want to more customizable or more complex pricing or complex subscriptions, sometimes you need to write the PHP code or JavaScript code. Oops, my speaking is a little bit faster. And finally, let's talking about how to expand the business. Using the no-code tool is a really faster way and the easiest way to start a subscription and the membership program. But sometimes we want to customize the workflow or customize the user interface or providing the complex pricing model. We need to think about how to migrate from the no-code service. And in my experience, Their case is it's time to migrate from the no-code service. One is customizing the design or user experience. So, and yes, complex subscription plan is like in the usage base or tiered base or package based pricing. The several payment gateway service providing this type of the pricing model, but the no-code service or plugin service is usually doesn't provide in this type of the complex plugin. So if you want to provide in the pricing model like you can read a premium blog post depends on what you read. So you need to track the user what we read in this month and put in the calling the API to track what user, how many posts did user read at month and calculate the pricing. It's time to migrate from the no-code service. And sometimes we like to use a all-in-one plugin or all-in-one platform. That's an uncomfortable part of the using the no-code tool because if you want to create in the membership site or subscription site, sometimes we need to use multiple SaaS like Stripe, Zapier, or sometimes the Kinton or Line, WhatsApp, and so many SaaS accounts, and we need to manage the type of account. But if you create a custom plugin or custom tools inside of WordPress, you can unify the management interface inside of WordPress. It's like a WooCommerce or like a Premium Membership Pro. So if you want to unify tool or depends on the audit, you need to unify to create the plugins. And thinking about the migrations, the most important part is where is the customer's data hosted in. For example, the WooCommerce saving the customer data like a billing address, the name or email address inside the WordPress database. Then in case of the Shopify or Stripe or PayPal, they host the customer's data inside their service data. So if you want to read from no-code or no-code plugin, you need to migrate their customer data or pricing data, or sometimes we need to pick up the payment information like a credit card or bank transfer or like that. So you need to think about for example, this is an example of the Stripe, the various checkout interface. You can sync the data through the webhook or WordPress filters to the back office service. So we can sync this type of the data to from the PayPal or Shopify or WooCommerce or any other plugin to providing the premium membership, and they're sending this data to using the hook or webhook to the WP user or any other the database you hosted. So if you want to provide in the subscription service or any other payment service using the no-code tool or no-code SaaS and a plugin, you need to think about using the iPaaS to sync this type of data or how to export this type of data. So today I talked about the fundamental of the starting the no-code and creating the subscription site using the full site block themes. That of course you want to know, and I want to know what's the plugin that really best for my subscription site or my web applications. Today is a WordCamp Asia. Today is the day talking about the WordPress. So I want to ask you about your experience about using the providing the subscription service or creating the plugin or full site editing. And let's talking about this topic about WordPress, subscription, SaaS, and also payment. Okay, little bit early, but I published the presentation in this QR code, and I have a Twitter account and email. So if you're curious about my presentation or no-code SaaS more deeply, please feel free to mention me, or let's talk in the sponsor areas. Thank you for listening my presentations.
Thank you, Hiriraka, for your very nice presentation about subscription business setup. Do you have any questions? Yes, please.
Oops.
Not, yeah, fine. So thank you very much. One question I had is, you talked about where the data is stored, right? And the data stays stored with Stripe in your example. Is that correct? So when I migrate from a no-code solution to a code solution, for example, I know, an independent solution other than WordPress, it will stay in Stripe, so I don't need to migrate the customer data over since I can just make calls from the Stripe data. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
If you connect or using any tool to integrate the Stripe or Shopify and any other service, you're just changing the API interface.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Then my follow-up question would be in your example, you used the ability of the role ability or the role capability in WordPress. We would just save the overall role in Stripe, right? Not the capabilities.
Yes. I think the most best way is that not the separate capability or maintained.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I came in just kind of halfway through, but at the end you were talking about tools making suggestions, and
to creating the premium membership site in WordPress.
Yeah. So are you wanting suggestions for tools, or was it?
In my experience, my favorite one is this one.
Paid Memberships Pro.
Paid Membership Pro.
Right. Okay.
Is having the useful blog to dispatching the content depends on the membership level.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't want to come across as self-promotional, but I do a lot of what you've been talking about as well. So maybe I can come and talk to you at the end.
Got it.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next question. Anyone from this side? Yes.
Hey, hi.
Hi.
Can I connect multiple bank accounts with the Stripe so I can balance the funds in my both account?
Connecting your personal wallet account.
At Stripe side.
Yes. Maybe in case of you mean you want to pay out to the multiple bank account, is it correct?
Yes.
I need to confirm the certain specification, but I think the Stripe support only one bank account per each Stripe account. So I need to feed back to the USG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Hiriraka, for the nice session. Thank you, guys, for running this session. Next session we'll have at 3:10. So we have a little break. We'll catch you at 3:10. The session is about Look at a Serverless WordPress by Carl Alexander. So we'll see you after some time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back to all of you. We all are in web development era. By one or another mean we use with websites and most probably with WordPress websites, right? So when it comes to website, we need a server, and when we talk about server, even sometimes developer says, I don't want to manage server, pass it to a hosting providers, right? And when we talk about server, there are many buzzwords like cloud, VPS, and nowadays serverless. So let's see how serverless architecture work with WordPress or WordPress work with serverless architecture. So to know more about this session, we have very amazing speaker, Carl Alexander. He's all the way from Canada, and he is a solo founder of Emir, which is a platform for WordPress serverless for AWS. So welcome, Carl, and stage is yours.
All right. Woo! All right. So, oh, wait, the slide. Okay, the slides are showing now. Okay, so yeah, I'm Carl Alexander. You can find me, I'm still on Twitter, so you can find me on TwigPress or at carlalexander.ca. If you've ever seen a talk by me, I always have this slide because I love talking about advanced programming or anything topic. And I like to help you understand those topics, but I always have a bit of material and things for you to help you walk you through this, but also I want to make it really open to all of you. If you have any questions at any time, feel free to stop me and ask questions. It's better to ask me now than like keep it till the end and then you're lost for the entire rest of the talk, because this slide is really important today. I think I'm going to lose a lot of people, so we're going to go. I love this saying, servers, we can't live without them. We can't live with them and we can't live without them. Whenever your server blows up, you're like, oh my God, like, why am I managing this stuff? Why am I dealing with this? How can I make this less painful for me to handle? And there's a few solutions here. So who here uses a server management system? So spin up, run cloud, server pilot. Okay, there's a couple of you. So the thing with those server management tools is that you're still responsible. So I've been a sysadmin since I'm 14. It was my first summer job. I was doing Windows NT servers. I had a pager. No, I do not want to have a pager anymore. Nothing is more stressful than being on pager duty. So even with these server management tools, if something happens with the server, I mean, I use SpinUp. There's still sometimes where something happens with the server, SpinUp sends an alert. You're still the one responsible for dealing with that, and that's still stressful. And that's usually when you get into WordPress hosting. So I assume everybody else here is going to raise their hand when I say, do you use WordPress hosting, right? Okay. So that's what you pay WordPress hosting for, right? You're like, I don't want to know anything about servers. I trust you, especially if you use the good ones, then they usually stay up. The less, known web hosting companies is a bit more rock and roll, but there's still a problem with WordPress hosting. So who here has had an issue with a site where everything's good and then, they write a viral article or something like that, and then the whole thing blows up? Or like e-commerce. E-commerce also is a really good example, especially. So in those scenarios, like, you have to usually buy a hosting plan to deal with that worst case scenario. You have to and then you're stuck paying for that over-provisioned server, or you're stuck managing upscaling and downscaling. So I deal with some customers where they do it all themselves, and that's stressful too, because if you forget, it's your money, basically, that you're spending forgetting to like upscale and downscale. So the goal of serverless is to address these problems. So the first question you're probably wondering is, what is serverless? And the second question that you're going to ask me is, are there really no servers with serverless? Literally everyone asks me that. And the answer is that, no, there are still servers with serverless. They're still there. I'm not a big fan of the term. It's a marketing term. Somebody in the marketing department decided like, oh, serverless sounds cool. We're going to use this term. And then everybody started using it. And all the engineers are like, this makes no sense. And they're like, it's too late. It's out there in the wild. We can't do anything about it. This is the term we have. It's serverless. We're keeping it. But what is serverless? Serverless is basically what they call functions as a service. So it's like Google Cloud Functions, AWS Lambda, I think Azure Functions. But what it is conceptually, it's on-demand computing. So what you do is you upload code. The code gets executed when in response to events. So something happens, a page view, something triggered in somewhere else in AWS, and the code gets executed, runs, returns something, and then shuts down. You'll notice we don't mention servers. And that's because okay, I'm at the right slide. Okay, servers are basically outside of your sphere of concern. So really what serverless means, and that's where the confusion comes from, is that it's not that there's no more servers, is that they're really outside your sphere of concern. And one thing I'll mention a bit later is I'm a bit like the person in the early 2000s that's like, have you heard of the cloud? And they're like, no, like you run your own data centers, obviously. But the whole point of the cloud is to not have to think about data centers. And the whole point of serverless is to not even have to think about the server itself. So it's not even a question of, oh, I don't have to think about like data centers. I don't even have to think about the Linux box itself. So how does this work? The best way I found to explain that is to start with talking about how WordPress works today on a server. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with how WordPress works on a server. This is basically how WordPress works on a server for almost every hosting provider. I always joke that they're just all selling vanilla, and it's just different flavors of vanilla. So one person's French vanilla and somebody else another flavor of vanilla. So you always have an HTTP cache. So either you're using Cloudflare or you're using WP Rocket or something like that to like do the page caching. If that page's not cached, it hits the server /WordPress, and then WordPress does either SQL queries directly to the database, or if you're using object caching, it will do object cache requests and check if it has that and send it back. And then just that gets sent back to your browser. And that's like essentially like almost how every host, every WordPress site, system, whatever is really hosted at this point. This came from, like, this slide comes from like a talk I gave in 2016, I think. It was called like the modern WordPress server stack. And basically, at this point, everybody uses more or less the same thing. So that's what it looks like. Now, with serverless WordPress, we have to go a bit further back, because what serverless WordPress is really serverless PHP. So how does PHP work? Oh, didn't switch. Okay, how did PHP work on, how does it work on a web server? So we're going to zoom it a bit further in. So when you're on the web server, so everybody here knows Apache, Nginx. We're good? Okay, cool. So normally your browser makes a request. It hits Apache or Nginx. Apache or Nginx decides, okay, what are you asking me for me right now? Are you asking me for a file? Are you asking me for PHP? If it determines that it's asking for PHP, it makes a call to the PHP interpreter. So if you're with Apache, it used to be just PHP itself. If you're with Nginx, which most people are now, it's PHP FPM that you call. But the idea is the same. You basically, the web server gets the request, realizes that it's for PHP, sends it to PHP. PHP does its magic, runs WordPress, the WordPress script, returns some HTML, sends it back to the web server, and the web server is like, okay, here's the status code, everything, let me send that back to the browser. So that's how PHP works. So how does serverless PHP compare to all of this so far? So both of them will run code. So like I said before, when I explained what serverless is, I mentioned in response to an event. So in both cases, your serverless code and your regular, how PHP works right now, they both run your PHP code in response to an event. One is something called AWS Lambda and decides, okay, we need to run this PHP code. With a traditional server, you basically have your Nginx that determines, okay, this is PHP code, let's call PHP FPM and have it run it. So what's different then? Well, it's not just PHP now that runs without a server, it's everything. So when you're starting to think about serverless WordPress and serverless PHP, you're thinking about a service-based architecture. So now all the blocks that we were talking about earlier when we looked at it get replaced by services. I'm with AWS, so I'm more familiar with that, but we'll talk more about that in a second. But it starts looking something like this. So you have your browser making a request to something called an API gateway, which acts a bit like your Nginx. So it receives the HTTP request. It's like, okay, what's going on right now? It determines, oh, we want to make a request to Lambda and sends it to Lambda. And then inside the Lambda, there's the PHP runtime and your PHP code. So your WordPress code would be here, and then there's a PHP runtime, which I'll explain in a second. PHP runtime. So what is the PHP runtime? So the PHP runtime is really kind of the secret, not secret sauce, but it's the unique element that makes PHP, serverless PHP work. So the best analogy that I have for it is like, imagine you have your Nginx directives that you have. So when you configure Nginx, you have a bunch of rules. Those are the rules that determine what am I trying to do with this web request. Am I asking for a PHP file? Am I asking for a regular file? Basically, the runtime acts as this layer, the configuration, the host configuration, or the server configuration inside your Nginx or Apache. I'm going to go, but so once it does that, it does a couple of things. So it processes the Lambda event. So it receives an event from the AWS architecture. It basically decides, okay, what am I trying to do here? Am I requesting a PHP file? Am I requesting a CSS file? Am I requesting something that should be a 404? What am I trying to do? So it figures what the event wants, and then it sends the result back. So it's going to be an HTTP response, but the goal here is to mimic parts of the web server. So if you request a file, you return a file. If you want PHP, it creates a fast CGI request and sends it to PHP FPM. And once PHP FPM determines once PHP FPM runs, has a response, sends that back. But it also manages the PHP FPM process. So each Lambda only has one PHP worker. That's because Lambda can only handle one event at a time. And the idea with that is that the whole thing is self-contained inside this one Lambda that acts, and I'm going to get back to that because that's the really key point, is that this entire thing mimics basically one PHP worker. So if you're familiar with PHP FPM, you can configure it to have like a pool of workers that it can scale and downscale on demand. But each Lambda is essentially a PHP worker. Now, if we start zooming out again, and this is where I might lose a bit of people, but right now I've shown you what it looks like just for PHP. But what happens if we like zoom out and we look at what our modern WordPress architecture looks if we move it to all services? Looks something like this. So now you're dealing with, you still have your caching, you still have your HTTP cache, but now you have your files. So who here uses something like offload S3 or something like that? So you have to, we're going to talk about that in the drawbacks, but all your media assets are in S3. So you have to determine whether you're requesting for a media asset. And then if you're not, it goes through the API gateway, which is our web server, the Lambda, which is our PHP worker. Then we still have our caching, object caching, and our database. So that's what it kind of looks like at a high level here. So the essential part here to understand is that it's all around very similar. It's really, we like swapped different parts of like the previous, like if you imagine like the previous picture that I showed with just the modern WordPress architecture, we just started swapping a couple of parts with services. And that's essentially what the architecture looks like at a high level. So any questions so far? I'm going to ask that again. So, but if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. It's better to ask now than wait till the end. So here, I want to talk about the advantages. So you might be wondering at this point, like, why? Like, why are you talking to me about this? Like, this looks really complicated. You lost me already. Why are we talking about this? No servers to manage. Look, like I said, I started being a sysadmin at 14. I don't want to manage servers anymore. I don't want to be on a pager duty or whatever. It's a lot to manage servers. It's tiring, and it's not our area of expertise. You know, I don't know servers as well as somebody at GoDaddy or Newfold, or especially those ones that manage their own data centers, but even somebody at WP Engine. But they don't even know it as well as the people at AWS, because the scale is completely different. And not everybody's comfortable with servers. Like, who here is comfortable with servers? 1, 2, 3, maybe, so 3.5, 4. So, you know, we have a half full room, and I had 4 hands up. So there's a problem with that. Most of us we're developers. We're not sysadmins. We didn't start our career being sysadmins. And that's stressful, and it's stressful to be responsible for all of that. Even when you're with WordPress hosting and something goes wrong, it's stressful. And WordPress hosting tries to solve this issue, but the new problem that we're seeing, or at least that I'm seeing a lot, is scaling now, because WordPress is changing. WordPress used to be just content sites, and now it's becoming more applications. Who here manages WooCommerce sites? Yeah, a lot of you. Who here manages LMS's site, like Lifter LMS, LearnDash? Exactly, more and more people. Those aren't content sites, they're applications. And scaling is an issue. Like, if you're hosting a webinar and 1,000 people show up, and you're like on a $50 a month server, it's gonna blow up. And then they're gone, and then either you upscaled it ahead of time, and then it's your responsibility to downscale it, or you just pay for that maximum scaling all the time. And that's also a problem for a lot of WordPress hosting, because most WordPress hosting is single server. So I know that I'm not the only one working on this, but we're a couple of people trying to work on scaling WordPress elastically, like horizontally. But for most of us that if you buy on WP Engine, you're buying a single server. You're not buying anything elastic that can scale on demand at that quickly. You know, when you're sending a sale email with WooCommerce, or your people are coming in with your webinar, that scaling doesn't happen fast enough. That's called like the thundering herd problem. So with this, like I said, now each Lambda function is a PHP worker. So essentially, you can have thousands of them. And you can scale it in seconds and not minutes. Because that's what I tried to do. Like this was like, I actually did even something crazier recently, but this was like 2 years ago, and basically I sent 1,500 users to check out on WooCommerce, and we basically got to 800 concurrent. So that means it was 1,800 PHP workers running. To give you an idea, usually if you buy, who here has a 96 core server that they pay for? Okay, well, I have a customer with that. They're $3,000 a month. You would need about 5 of those to run this. The test I tested recently, that cost $10. So that kind of scaling is really hard to do even with servers. Kubernetes is fast, but it's not that fast. And you end up with these kind of situations. That's what happens with the thundering herd. Like the first server comes online, it's already broken because like the demand's already too high, and then it's scaling and scaling. And especially for these scenarios, you're losing a lot of money while that's happening. So what do people do when I do consulting is they need to plan for the worst. So yeah, they're gonna buy those $3,000 a month servers because otherwise they're losing $10,000 a minute in sales. So yeah, obviously they're gonna make sure that they have that. But like I said, that like how much does that cost you just to keep that running? Or you gotta just do it yourself or talk with them. But even then, like I said, nobody's really solved the multi-server thing, right? So I'm talking about 5 servers, but actually nobody's really done that yet at any sort of like really scale. So while I can give you a theoretical number of how much that would cost, nobody can do that yet. And the cool thing is you don't have any of that with serverless. All that you have is that you pay for what you use. So you pay when your worker runs, and you're charged by the millisecond. So if, especially for these LMS sites, it's kind of cool because, oh, you get that webinar, and then after that, people are gone, and then you don't have to do anything. You're not paying for anything. There's no traffic to the site. You're not doing anything. So you don't get paid for it. The only thing that you're paying for is your database, because you can't just shut down your database and turn it on when you want. So maybe one day we'll get to that, but we're not there yet for that one. So those are kind of the advantages, the real big advantages with serverless. Now, what are the drawbacks? You know, maybe you're thinking like, Carl, like, this sounds too good. Like, I don't trust you. Like, what the hell? One of the scariest part is even if I tell you cost less, usage-based pricing is scary. You know, there's one thing with paying for a server, it feels safe. You know, you pay X per month. You know that each month you're paying $49. If you need more performance, you pay more. Simple. Predicting serverless costs? Okay. How many requests did it get? What's the average duration? Like, what services got hit? Like, it depends on your usage pattern, like what application you're running and things like that. Even if it costs you less, like even if you would, like serverless is already competitive pretty much at the $49 a month plan. But it's still stressful and harder to budget for it. So even if I tell you it costs less, there's something safe about knowing that you're paying a fixed amount for that even each time. So it's cost less. And then the other one that, another thing that people don't always like is AWS. Who here uses AWS? Oh, wow, actually genuinely surprised. There's a lot of you because I'm used to like, when I'm told to use, like AWS, like I mean, who here was ever a Windows sysadmin? Okay, yeah. Who gets a PTSD from like the AWS consoles from, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Like, it's scary. And you know, when you tell somebody, or I tell somebody, like, oh, you're gonna need to like use AWS, they're like, oh my God, it's so big. Like, there's so many things, there's so many services, and I don't know what they mean. So that's like a scary part. And you might be wondering, why not Azure or GCP? And the reason for that is, unfortunately, it's not interchangeable. Like, conceptually, there's the same, but as we saw earlier, we're not just using Lambda. We need the other services as well for those things. So they're equivalent. Well, didn't switch. Okay, they're equivalent, but they're not the same. So they don't have the same limitations. They don't behave the same way. So that's kind of like why multi-cloud is kind of a pipe dream. Like, everybody chooses one cloud and stays with it. And the reality is that there's so much energy in the PHP community and all the other programming communities around AWS that that's where the energy is, and that's why it's mostly only on AWS that you'll find. There's some people working a bit on the other services, but most of the energy, if you look online, like the serverless PHP is called Bref. So Bref is only on AWS as well. So that's one of the drawbacks as well. And then the last drawback is WordPress assumes you're on the server. So there's a few issues with that when, you know, like, you can trick it, but there's still a few things that people might not be like comfortable with because of that. One, you can't install themes and plugins directly. Why? Because it's read-only. You have to deploy. The way that AWS makes this so scalable is that you package the application, and then it can, like, boom, create like 16,000 copies of it, 1,600, sorry, but I could also do 16,000. Customer or client expects as well. Maybe they expect to be able to make modifications and things like that. The other part too is the media library. I had to actually do a lot of R&D to get the media, because obviously when you upload a file, you're uploading it to a server. So what happens instead when you're uploading a file now? Well, you actually have to upload it directly to S3. So none of the S3 plugins do this. Like, you actually have to like send it directly, because the thing is, you might send the file to one Lambda and then you talk to another one. Like, you can't be sure that the file that you uploaded is there. So you have to basically send everything as S3. But that kind of like messes around. Like, if you use a lot of media library plugins or media manipulation plugins, those don't work very well. You're better off using a CDN like Photon. No, is it Photon? Tachyon? Photon, yeah. Photon, like something like Photon. I built something like Photon too, where I'll talk in a second about Emir, but that's the idea. You use a CDN to do the manipulation, and instead don't rely on WordPress to do it, which is where it's trending largely, but still, that's still a drawback that you should be aware of. And then sometimes plugins assume that you're on server too. You know, most of the time, the popular plugins that follow coding standards and PHP coding standards, WordPress coding standards, don't have any problems with this. Like, I work with Beaver Builder, Elementor, and all the page builders. You'd think like this would like explode for them, and it's like works flawlessly. It's usually plugins that don't follow conventions or things like that, or do things that are kind of greedy, server greedy, that will kind of cause issues. But you have to be aware that there's potential compatibility issues, so it's not perfect yet, but it's getting better every time. All right, we're almost done here. No questions? Oh, yeah. Do we do a microphone?
We'd like to ask how you manage PHP sessions in this.
Well, depends. PHP sessions can be managed different ways, because you have, in general, with WordPress, they're cookie-based sessions. But obviously, you can't have them on, you can't do the sessions that are files, right? But you can do sessions that are SQL, you can do sessions that are Redis, or you can do the cookie sessions they work fine. But by default, WordPress just does cookie sessions. So that's like tends to be the standard. Even with Laravel, it's cookie sessions. Like it's almost never like stored directly on the server, because like this isn't common. Again, because WordPress has always been single server. We do things that other PHP projects don't do. And file sessions on a server does not work the minute you do any sort of like horizontal scaling with like 2 servers, right? If you had 2 servers, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work either way if you had like file sessions on the server as well.
Yeah, but in that case, we can use memcache already.
Yeah, you could do a memcache, but I only have Redis with this. But yes, you could do memcache. So, but you could also do Redis for the sessions, and that will work fine. It's really the ones if you use files to do the session storage that it won't work. Everything else, every other method is not server dependent to do it. Like whether it's cookies or Redis, memcache, or SQL to store the sessions.
And one more question.
Yeah.
What exactly you do to keep the Lambda functions warm? Because after a few minutes, if there is no request to the Lambda function, that will be in the standby state.
Oh, I see somebody knows his stuff. Okay, so I'm going to nerd out a bit. So with Lambda, so what he's asking is basically, normally the way it works with Lambda is like they leave the function running for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then it shuts down. So if you don't get any requests during that time, like you will go back to 0, and then the ramp up, the scaling can cause some issues. So the way that there's 2 ways you can solve that. One, you can pre-provision functions if you want to keep them always running. But the other way is you can ping them. So you can like basically. This is probably above everybody, a lot of people, but in CloudWatch, you can basically set an event every 5 minutes. I ping, let's say you want to keep 500 of them running, I ping 500, and then it'll just keep them warm, basically. So there's a small cost to that, but it's like 2 milliseconds every 5 minutes. So it's very easy to do a cost analysis on that as well, because you'll know how much it costs and how long it runs, and it's just a ping. It's not even running WordPress, so it's just really pinging the Lambda function to make sure that there's enough of them running. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Any other questions? Okay, so I just wanted to, so we've talked about advantages and disadvantages, and one thing that I want to close on that section is just when you're evaluating whether you want to use serverless or not, I've talked a lot about cost. And it's really tempting to just compare costs. You know, serverless is expensive. I can just buy a $5 a month droplet from DigitalOcean or Vultr, and that'll be fine. But that's usually somebody that's comfortable with servers. Somebody like me will be like, oh, this is fine. Like I can like run this on this $5 a month droplet. But it's kind of a false equivalent. So you're kind of being dishonest when you just compare the costs like that, because there's a lot of intangible costs to managing servers. You know, like evenings ruined. You know, no, it's true. Like I had a server blow up on New Year's Eve this year. Like it's not fun. Like I still manage, even if I'm promoting serverless, I'm still managing servers for people. So I still have ones blow up on New Year's Eve. So it's not fun. There's intangible costs, and there's mental health costs. Like it's like stressful. It's just it's not something that you want to do. Like who here has ever been on PagerDuty? Yeah, there's a couple of them. How many of you enjoy being on PagerDuty? Yeah, there's no hands raising. There's nothing pleasant about being on PagerDuty. There's nothing pleasant about managing servers when it's not your area of expertise or something that you're comfortable with. And even when you're comfortable with it, like me, I'm still looking. I should be the last person here talking about serverless because I know servers so well. Yet I'm the one talking about it because I don't like it either. It affects my mental health. It affects my life. And I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. And then the last one I think is really important is we really discount our time here. Like, we're like, oh, I'll go fix this. Like, you know how much you charge your clients, right? You know how much you're worth. So you're like, oh, let me just go fix this in a ocean. But if it takes you like 10 hours to set it up, I mean, those 10 hours are still worth something. So don't discount it. All right, so we're going to talk tools and projects, and I'm the only one that does serverless WordPress. So, I mean, I was talking about this before the talk started. I've been organizing WordCamps for a while, and I always feel really awkward when somebody does a talk and they're the only one that does something for that specific talk. And here I am doing exactly that. So serverless PHP has a lot of tools and options available to them. I was basically at Laracon in 2019. I saw Taylor Otwell come out with Laravel Vapor, and I was like, this is so cool. I want WordPress to have this. And I just like started building it. And it's open source. So if you go to the Emir app account on GitHub, you'll find everything that you need to run. You'll find the runtime. You'll find the runtime and the WordPress plugin that I use to make WordPress work on AWS Lambda. But I still need to kind of fund myself because I do some consulting, but I should be working on this full time. So that's why Sanjay introduced me. Like, I work on Emir. Emir is basically the equivalent of Laravel Vapor. So I have to like speed it up a bit, but it's the equivalent of Laravel Vapor. So I just manage the AWS infrastructure. So it's not about like the serverless part. Like, you could use my parts and just put everything up together yourself if you want. But for somebody that's stressed and, you know, oh my God, I don't know anything about AWS, well, that's kind of what that product solves. And also I have GitHub sponsor if you want to help me. But I'm sure that over time, there's going to be more and more people that there's the serverless framework. So if somebody wants to try to get this to work with serverless framework or help me get it to work with serverless framework, I would love that. But for now, it's just me, and that's kind of what's happening. So I'm going to close it out while talking about the future of hosting. If you had to start a hosting company today, would you buy a server? No, of course not. Yeah, you get one in the cloud, right? Like, you know, like there's a reason I joke that I'm the guy in the early 2000s talking about, like, have you heard about the cloud? And they're like, no, of course not. You build your own data centers and you manage them. It's like, no, that's like, you don't want to have to do that. Like, if you don't like managing servers, you're going to like it even less having to go into the rack to reset it. Like, I had to do that. Like, I had to drive to the office to reset a server in a rack. It's not fun. Obviously, you get one in the cloud. And serverless is kind of next evolution of this step, because not only do you want to not care about like the actual physical server, but really, like, who here likes doing like server updates? Ooh, who likes having to, you raised his hand. But you know, who likes knowing that after 4 years their Ubuntu LTS is done, and then they have to migrate like everything to a new machine? You know, it's just like, no, like serverless. Like, who here uses Next.js, Vercel, or Netlify? Okay, there's not. I actually expected, considering like how much more JS there is in WordPress now, I thought there'd be more people. But whenever I talk with people from the JS space, they get it like right away. They're like, I just deployed a Vercel, and then I don't have to think about like how much memory, how many PHP workers. It just scales. Like, it does what it needs to do. I deploy and I forget it. And that's like what serverless is about. It's about deploying and just having it scale and behave, and just the code runs, it does its thing. And the cool thing with that is that it levels the playing field. So who here has ever heard of Fathom Analytics? So Fathom Analytics is like my favorite example of like the power of serverless. There are two people and one developer, and they built a Laravel app that does like privacy-focused analytics, and they deal with billions of requests a minute. and they're one person, they're one developer, and it's all possible because of serverless, because they just deploy and the whole thing scales, and they can do it. Like two people can take on Google Analytics with this tech. It's awesome. Like that gets me so excited. I love it. And there's a lot of you in here that build products. So what I find exciting about working on this tech is like what cool stuff you could build. Like one of my favorite examples is like, what if Gravity Forms took on like Typeform? Like what if they just hosted their forms and just like took on Typeform? But like rethinking what kind of products, what kinds of things that you can do with WordPress when you don't have to worry about scaling, especially since we're moving to more and more WordPress applications, gets me really, really excited. And that's it. I don't think we have a lot of time for questions, but I don't know if there are any. Do we have time for one? Okay.
Okay, that's an annoying one, I'm sorry. So thanks, first of all, but I have one question regarding DDoS attacks. So since DDoS attacks can be held back on a DNS level, but when they come through, every request, and if you find a very load-bearing request on a PHP level, will rack up money.
Well,
right?
okay, so for that, there's a couple. So if we go back, I mean, I'm not going to, it's too hard to go back through the slide with a clicker, but when you have CloudFront sitting in front, you can attach the web, like Emir does that. You can attach the web application firewall and then put a rate limit on it, and then you're kind of okay. But you're going to hit, unless they're really trying to cache bust the CloudFront, because of how the architecture is like structured, it kind of mitigates some of the DDoS attacks. But I'm like involved in all the serverless PHP like groups, so like I took a lot of the lessons. I think you raised your hand for Fathom Analytics, right? Yeah. So you saw when they got like DDoS, right?
Yeah.
So I was like with Jack and like in their Slack, and like there's a lot of like the things that he figured out that are just already implemented in Emir that you can just turn on.
Okay, so from the write-up that they did after the...
Yeah, from the write-up and just from talking with him as well.
Nice. Thanks.
But usually just putting a rate limit is probably the cheapest and easiest option for that. But obviously if you're getting, like if a competitor decides to really attack you, then it's like you saw what he did, right? Like he paid for like the expert service. But those are always a potential issue. But DDoS, I mean, who here has had their server shut down by one of their hosts because they got like some sort of like attack or like, like that happens all the time. Like they're gonna do it to you. Like it's gonna cause problems. But the cost thing is still valid. But I think if you put some alerts and things like that, like we can talk about it, but like there are ways, and I'm making more and more ways to make that like as safe as possible. But one thing I do different from Vapor is that you don't get the unlimited scaling by default. So it's gonna cap your Lambda functions, and you're not gonna end up with 3,000 of them running for like hours. So that's something that I did by default. So I'm gonna have to stop here because I'm already 5 minutes over. But you can find me here. Also, Twig Press, Carl Alexander, and the Emir blog has a lot of articles. So if you want to, a lot of the things that I talked here has very detailed articles on the Emir blog that you can read, because I like writing like 4,000 word articles. So basically you can find like on the architecture, on the runtime, all of that, you can find like all the write-ups on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl, for the very wonderful session. It was very informative. And if you have more questions, you can catch the call around, okay?
A bit tired. The day's been quite long. You've learned a lot. It's going very well, though, I think. We all enjoyed Carl's talk earlier on serverless. But today, we're going to follow that with Raushan. It's my privilege. I'm Ant Miller, and I'm your MC for the next hour or so. And it's my very great honor and privilege to introduce to you a man I met only yesterday. But he is a fantastic member of the Nepal, the Kathmandu-based WordPress community. He has a professional services agency out there. He has products, and he's made a great success of his themes and his products and his business as a whole. And he's going to share with you some really great insights as to how digital marketing can help you take your WordPress business to greater and greater heights. So I would like you to join me in welcoming to the stage Raushan to talk about marketing your WordPress business. Thank you very much, Raushan. The stage is yours, sir.
Sorry. In 2012, I had this idea that I wanted to interview people and share their story on a blog. At that time, I was studying in college, second year. And the only way I knew how to build a website was by writing HTML, CSS code and doing backend development. But the challenge was that I didn't know how to do that, and I still wanted to have a website. So a friend told me that I should look into WordPress because it's extremely easy to create a website. And that was the first time I heard about WordPress. So I started looking into WordPress, what it is, their themes, their plugins, and I searched for a lot of themes, and I downloaded them to create my blog. But the challenge was that even after I downloaded the theme, I didn't know how to use it because I was extremely new to WordPress. But there was this one theme that had step-by-step tutorial on how to use their theme. And the only reason why I used that theme was because they had a YouTube tutorial. A few years later, when we were developing themes for other users to use, I remember this because as a user, I found that video extremely helpful. So when we were building themes, we created YouTube tutorials step-by-steps. And here's a screenshot of one of the tutorials that we made. It took me around 7 hours to build these tutorials, and it has got more than 200,000 views, 1.8K plus likes, and hundreds of comments. Hi, my name is Raushan. I am co-founder of Codewing Solutions. Some of our products are Rara themes, Blossom themes, Dolby Travel Engine. I've been using WordPress for more than 10 years, and then I have been a team of, I have worked with a team to build more than 150 products. And I hope that this tutorial is going to, this presentation is going to be helpful to all of you. Now, before I move into different marketing channels that I'm going to talk about, I want to get a sense of audience that we have today. Could you raise your hand if you are owner of products? Just can I see a raise of hands? Okay, I can see a couple of them. Great. How many of you are marketers? Could you please raise your hand? Great. How many of you are part of product development team? Okay. Okay, great. So the first marketing channel that I want to talk about is YouTube marketing. Like I said, how I got introduced to WordPress because of YouTube. So when we were building this product and we were doing marketing of our themes, I want to share one thing that happened while we were doing this. At very early stage, when we were building product, we had very limited resources. And so I was doing support, I was doing product development, or at least in the strategic side, I was doing a lot of other things, and also making video tutorials. So we had created 3 video tutorials for 3 of our products. And we had, at that point of time, probably 10 or 12 products. And for those, we didn't have video tutorials. However, we were utilizing a lot of marketing channels. We were doing search engine optimizations. We were exploring social media. At one point of time, as we were looking at different data from what is working for us as a marketing, we realized that the 3 products for which we had video were bringing in 80% of the revenue. 3 products which had video were bringing 80% of the revenue. And that has amazing impact on how we were thinking about marketing. Before that, we were building, of course, the videos, but not in a very comprehensive way. After that, we changed our strategy and focus a lot on YouTube marketing. And I'm going to share with you how we are doing YouTube marketing so that you could also utilize that for your products. So there are two ways how we do YouTube marketing right now. The first one is we create video tutorials ourselves. And the second is we work with a lot of influencers so that we could leverage their subscribers and then their influence. Now, of course, both have their pros and cons. When we were starting doing YouTube video for ourselves, there were a few challenges. For example, we didn't have a lot of subscribers, right? So if you start your YouTube marketing from the very start, you don't have, let's say, 100 subscribers. The challenge would be that even if you make a lot of videos, you'll not get a lot of views. And we'll talk about how you can increase the visibility of your videos as well. But the pros are that the cost will be less. You could also make sure that you understand your product very well. And like I said in my earlier story, the reason I use that product because it had a step-by-step tutorial. And so you could cover your product step by step and make sure that your user understand how to use your product because nobody knows your product better than anybody else. Right? And so that's an opportunity for you to create a very comprehensive guide for your user to use your product. Of course, the downside I said earlier is that you'll have a limited reach for that. So we started working with influencer in last year to promote some of our product. And one of the advantages that we saw with influencer marketing is that we create one video with, let's say somebody has 100K subscriber, and tomorrow we'll be reaching out within 24 hours to thousands of views. And that was one of the extreme insight that we use for marketing of our product. Now, when we were doing just videos for our products, we could create one videos, two videos, and we'd get a few hundred views. But when we were working with influencer, and not just one, not just two, but hundreds of influencer, our views skyrocketed. And a lot of people started to learn about our products because the advantage that we were leveraging was somebody else's subscribers who have spent hundreds and thousands of hours to build that subscription base, but also the trust. Because if somebody is recommending your products, they're not just going to recommend because you are paying them. They also need to trust in your product. And because they have oh, well, my mistake. Sorry about that. We're basically leveraging the trust of somebody else because they would try our products, they would like our products, and they would recommend our products. And so this is how we were doing YouTube marketing. Now, while we were doing YouTube marketing, a lot of people stop at just creating videos or working with influencer, but we went further ahead and tried to increase the visibility of our videos. And we did it in a couple of ways. First, we made sure that we have that on documentation page. I believe that if you have video tutorials, most of you include on your video tutorial page. But we also include on our sales page. Whenever somebody downloaded our products, we sent through product download notes. We also added on our documentation page, our support footer notes, and so on. And it helped us in many ways. Now, if you have been doing YouTube marketing for some time, if anybody does here YouTube marketing? No? Okay, I see one hand. When the way YouTube marketing works is more people watch your videos and they are engaged. The YouTube give positive signal to your videos. And one of the ways how we were able to increase the ranking of our videos on Google search engine was also by having these videos in a lot of places. Now, to give you a few stats on how it worked for us, last year while we were doing YouTube marketing for one of our products, which were pending for a pretty long time. We had thought like we'll do YouTube marketing, but it was pending. And within a couple of months, we saw an increase of 30% in our revenue. And I believe that it was mostly because of the YouTube marketing that we did. And so I would highly recommend that if you have not been doing YouTube marketing, please look into that. Another thing that we have done with the YouTube marketing, and there are a couple of strategies that we use, because all of us probably know that we should invest into YouTube marketing. We should do it because that's where a lot of people learn about how to use product. But a couple of things that we have done that has worked exceptionally well for us. One of the strategy has been that, like when you go to Google and you search for certain things, you see results. And same goes with YouTube. And if you're doing search engine marketing, you want to dominate the search results. And the same thing that we had a strategy for our YouTube search result. We work with a lot of influencers, and the idea was that at least for top 3, or out of 10 for out of 10, 3 rankings should be our videos or videos about our products, because in that way we will be able to get a lot of views for our product. That was strategy number 1. Another strategy was that we wanted to work with regional people or create content in regional languages. Now, I believe most of you understand English, but there are a lot of people around the world who don't understand English, and they still want to use your product. But the challenge would be that there's no video tutorials on how to use your product in their language. And so we started to work with a lot of regional influencers and create video tutorials in their language. And as a result, we have seen sales from countries that we had never thought or never had sales before. Another advantage that we had with this approach was that, let's say if somebody's searching in YouTube from Google, from United States, somebody is searching from Australia, and somebody is searching from Nepal, where I'm from. You'll not get the same search result, right? What somebody will get from United States, somebody from Australia, and what I'll get will be different. Maybe a few similarity, but it'll be different. And the reason why that works is, how that works is, YouTube gives priority to regional content. So if I speak Nepali, which is the language I speak, and there has been some video tutorial on the keyword that I've been searching for, at least 1 or 2 video will be in my language. And so with this approach, with regional content approach, we were able to get ranking in different countries for our keywords. Because if you talk about English, the competition is extremely high. And it can be extremely challenging to get on ranking. Like one way that generally people do YouTube marketing is that you create a video, now you get a views, right? And it stops there. Our approach was that we created videos, we get views, but at the same time, we wanted to get a lot of ranking for the long-term benefits. And so that approach worked extremely, extremely well for us. So that's what one of the marketing channels that I want to share with you. I'm sorry about that. I had figured this out yesterday. Something is not working today. Okay, so the second marketing channel that I want to share with you is affiliate marketing. How many of you have affiliate marketing program for your products? Could I see raise of hand? Awesome. And how many of you don't have affiliate marketing for your programs? Can I see hand? All right. May I know why don't you have affiliate program for your? Okay. Anybody else? Can I say why they don't have affiliate marketing for their products? Anybody wants to share? All right. So I've talked with, I recently started using affiliate marketing for my products, and I heard a lot about this. I am also affiliate marketers. I used to do affiliate marketing for other products as well, a long, long time ago. But I had not used affiliate marketing for my own product. But I think last year, I started getting into affiliate marketing. And there are a couple of things that I realized while I was doing affiliate marketing. You might have noticed that most of the sponsors that we have today, all of them have affiliate programs. Bluehost, SiteGround, Dolby Rocket, GoDaddy, all of them have affiliate programs. And so what is the reason these big brands have affiliate program? It is because you can increase your marketing effort at a scale without paying anybody anything as a salary, right? So let's say I come to you and say to you that, okay, I'm going to send you a lot of traffic for your website, but you don't have to pay me anything. I'm going to send you hundreds and thousands of traffic for your website. Don't pay me anything, but if you get sales for the traffic that I bring you, give me 30% of it, or give me a certain amount of it, right? And that is the power of affiliate marketing. If you have to hire, let's say, one marketer or 2 marketers, how much you can hire? Maybe 10, maybe 20, 100, right? The cost is going to be extremely high for marketing. team. But with affiliate marketing, you can work with a lot of influencers to increase your product sales, right? So the reason why we got into affiliate marketing was initially when we were trying to push our products to ask other influencers to list our products in their articles. Let's say 10 best themes, 10 best plugins, blah, 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 right? And so we would reach out to them and send them, can you include our products in your article? And most of them would ask, do you have an affiliate program? Because how most marketers survive is they make money through promoting other products, right? And so we didn't have affiliate programs back then, and we missed on a lot of opportunities. So we created these affiliate programs, and currently almost 5% of our revenue come just from the affiliate programs. And so a couple of things to keep in mind when you are getting into affiliate programs. First thing is you need to have a simple affiliate page, right? And that's pretty easy to do. You have lots of plugins. We use affiliate WP plugin for doing that, but you can find a lot of plugins. And then you have to make sure that those affiliate pages are visible to the audience when they come to your website. For example, do you have that in your header? Or do you have in the footer? Are you sending that or notifying users that you have an affiliate program on your website or not? And therefore, it's extremely important that you educate your users that you have an affiliate program. What we also did was we reached out to a lot of influencers, a lot of bloggers, informing them that we have an affiliate programs and sign up for it. For example, so we have WordPress themes, we have WordPress plugins. And so we figured out who have articles about WordPress themes and who promote other WordPress themes. Now, if you go to Google right now and you search for, let's say, best WordPress themes or best WordPress plugin, you'll notice that out of top 10 products, most of them will have affiliate programs. And the influencers who are recommending are also linking to the affiliate programs. Right? And this is how the industry works, and it's very important to make sure that you're reaching to a lot of influencers who could promote your products. So that's the second marketing channel that I wanted to share with you. And moving on to the third marketing channel, email marketing. Can I see a raise of hand who use email here? Okay, pretty much everyone. Okay, I started email marketing a long time ago when I was building the first product. But after that, I stopped it for some time, and I started to do email marketing again in 2022. And this is currently one of my favorite marketing channels. And I'm going to share you how I'm doing this affiliate marketing through emails, and probably you will be able to take away some learning from here. So. There are two ways how we do email marketing. The first one is that we do broadcasting. Second one is we do email automations. So what is broadcasting and what is email automations? Let's talk about that. Let's say we have developed a new product and we want to notify to all our users. We have more than 200,000 subscribers. So we want to send them an email that we have launched this product. Or we have Black Friday or Cyber Monday deals and we want to inform all the subscribers. So we send an email. And this email is sent to everybody at the same time. Maybe a few minutes difference, but you get the idea, right? So we broadcast an email. The advantage of broadcasting email is that you can get instant results, and you can notify users at the same time, right? So if you have, let's say, a deal, you don't want to wait for 10 days or 20 days to inform them, right? Because you have a deadlines. So we do that. Second we do is through email automations. Email automation basically means that you create a sequence of email, and these emails are triggered at a certain point of time when user takes certain action. For example, if somebody downloads your product, or in our case, somebody downloads our product, we send a welcome email. When they take a certain action in that email, we send another email, right? So we have a couple of emails that we send when a certain action are taken. And it has worked pretty well for us. To give an example, so recently, we got an email from one of our subscribers where we have sent this email. And one thing that we do with our email is that we keep our email very personalized, and we also tell our story on how we build our product. For example, one of our products is Blossom Themes. So my wife and I found this product. My wife is here. So the idea we built this product was when we had this one product, and we were looking for feminine WordPress themes, and there were not a lot in the market. And there was a lot of challenges to females to build a female website, a female-friendly website. So we built this Blossom themes. So we tell this story on how we build Blossom themes. Similarly, for one of our products, which is WP Travel Engine, I have 10 years of experience of working with travel agency on building their website and marketing their website. So I tell the story on how I was able to come up with this idea and what is added on this product. What happens with that is people know your story. Like probably you'll not remember my speech, but probably you'll remember that when I was in 2012, how I learned to build a website, right? Because people remember a story. And that's how we connect with the audience. Now, there's something about interacting with the founders. So all of our email goes through founders, and we get a lot of amazing responses. Somebody recommends features to our products, right? Of course, we collect feature requests through other platforms, but they also send an emails that, oh, why don't you add this feature to your product? This would be beneficial. They have questions about upgrades. They have questions about some services that they want to buy. In fact, recently we had this one question from a lady who wanted to buy 2 of our monthly subscriptions. And probably would not have got that sales if it was not through personal emails. And so it has been extremely, extremely helpful for us. Now, it's extremely important that whenever you're doing any of these marketings, right, you broadcast or you do email automations, you have to segment your users. Okay. Now, what I mean by segment, right? Anybody understand what is segmentation here? Okay, I can see 1, 2 hands, 4, 5. Okay, great. So what is segmentations? So let's say we have 200,000 subscribers, right? And if you send the same email every time to everybody, it might not be beneficial for everyone, right? To give an example, let's say somebody has downloaded education theme, somebody has downloaded coaching theme, right? For example. So if I send coaching message to educations and education message to coaching, they will probably unsubscribe from the newsletter, right? So you want to segment this user and send very personalized emails according to what is essential to them. To give an example, if somebody has downloaded a product which is about, let's say SEO, right? So I want to send articles about marketing. I want to send articles about SEO, right? Or if it is about blog post writing, I want to send an article about that because you want to personalize and you want to upscale that, right? And so probably many of you have been getting a lot of emails from a lot of product companies, right? And you might have also unsubscribed that. And the reason why we unsubscribe is when something becomes irrelevant to us, right? So it's extremely important that whenever you segment your user, you send personalized email. And you can do that through automations. There are a lot of plugins in WordPress that you can tag whatever action or whatever product they have downloaded and segment them. And we do a lot in all of our products. So that's the third thing that I want to share. In email marketing, just to give another example, before I came to WordCamp Asia, I sent an email to our users promoting one of our affiliate program. Right? And out of 100 clicks, we were getting 10 sign up, right? And that was 10% conversion, right? And it was quite unbelievable when I saw the data, but probably it happened because we have been sending a lot of personalized emails. We understand our audience, so therefore, segmentation become important. You don't want to send the same email to everybody else. You want to make sure that you identify and segment this user, and so that send the email different to each of them. So that's my third point on email marketing. And here is a screenshot of one of the campaign, a few of the campaign that we have run. You can see that out of, let's say, we sent 8,000 emails. We had almost 2,000 click or open. When we sent 1,400, we had 5,800. 2,800 we sent, and we had 1,800. So you can see that how many people are seeing the emails that we're sending. And this is the power of email marketing, right? When you are into different platforms, let's say YouTube, let's say search engine optimizations, right? Anytime they can ban you, right? Maybe some of you also have been restricted on some platforms. But when you have your own email, those are your asset, and you can send those emails anytime you want, right? So that's one of the benefit and power of email marketing. Now, the fourth marketing channel that I want to talk about is WordPress org marketing channel. And this is something that was extremely, extremely helpful to us at the beginning of our product. So when we started building product, we didn't have a lot of budgets, and we were focusing mostly on WordPress org marketing channels. And there are a couple of things that we were doing, and I think that will be beneficial for a lot of you. So depending on whether you have theme products or plugin products, or you have hosting, something else, right? There's certain ways how you can market these products. For let's say themes, what we were doing, so there are two, at least in my knowledge, there are two ways how people are marketing WordPress themes. Either they create a brand, okay, so a brand and your theme become popular because of brand, or second is dominate the search on WordPress org. Now, there are three ways generally how people discover WordPress themes or plugins. The first one is WordPress org repository. Second is on WordPress dashboard. And third is by search engine. And through optimizations, you want to be able to improve your ranking on all of this. Because if your product is ranked on top positions, you are going to get a lot of clicks. And I'm going to show you one slide where we did a small optimizations and how we were able to increase our organic traffic by 4 times, right? And so if you have themes, one thing that we did was we included keywords in our product name. So for example, one of our product is Blossom Themes. And so we had our product name, and then we had the keyword. For example, Blossom Coach, right? So whenever somebody searching about coaching theme, there's a Blossom, then we have Coach. Somebody search for shop, we had Blossom Shop, right? And that worked very well for us for 2 reasons. One, on WordPress org itself, when somebody is searching for, let's say, shop or coaching or anything else, they would discover our product, one. Second, also on search engine, right? If you go to search engine, let's say like Google, and you search for coaching WordPress theme or chic WordPress theme, you'll see some products which are ranked from WordPress org. Of course, your website might also rank, but they also give priority to WordPress org in terms of ranking. So that worked extremely well for us. In terms of plugin is slightly different from the theme. There are a lot of things to take care of when you are optimizing your plugin. There is, of course, title, which is important. So you want to keep the keyword of your product in the title. For example, let's say if your product is about search engine optimization, SEO, right? To give an example, let's say Yoast, right? Yoast is one of the most popular plugins. So they have Yoast. Then you'll see they have SEO in their keyword, because people will also search about, they go to WordPress org and they'll search about SEO, right? And that's how they'll discover. You have to make sure that your keyword is also included in the descriptions. Your support, you have to provide support and make sure that the tickets are handled properly and resolved. You have to make sure that it is compatible with the latest version with WordPress org. Now, the last thing I want to share here is, and that has worked extremely well for us, at least when we had this feature section in WordPress org. How many have seen this feature section in WordPress org directory, theme directory, right? Okay, I can see a few hands, okay. So back then, when it was, I think a couple of years back, one thing that we focused on was translation, and I think a lot of companies I've seen not doing that, and that worked extremely, extremely well for us. So whenever somebody is from different country, not English, we're not speaking English for some other countries, and they go to their country WordPress org directory, and they search for their keywords. If you don't have your theme or plugin optimized for those keywords, it will not show up, right? Even you might have a lot of active installs, great reviews, it will not show up. So we figured that out, and we did translation of our themes. And I remember back then, we translated our theme into Japanese, and a lot of Japanese volunteers are very, very kind to us, and I made a few today as well. And because we translated our theme and theme into Japanese, we saw a large number of customers coming from Japan and buying our product. In fact, at one point of time, out of 100 customers, probably 10 to 15 were from Japan. And it happened because of that translation. As we figured that out, we started to do more translation of our product. So one of the ways how you could leverage this is just reach out to people who translate. You can go to WordPress.org, find out who translate the products, and just request them, and they will be very, very happy to volunteer and do the translation. So that works for us, and I hope that it might also work for you. Now, it's important to know that there are a lot of marketing channels, and you might also have the questions: which marketing channels should you focus on, right? I have talked about. Okay, this is one of the examples that I mentioned earlier. I want to show the slide of optimizations. So this screenshot is from Ahrefs, which is a search. It's a SEO tool, which gives you a lot of analytics. And you can see that before we did the optimizations, we had probably 15 traffic, right? And after the optimizations, we had almost 100 traffic. And it's a very simple trick. Took us like a few hours to do this, but it worked for us. And this traffic is not from WordPress.org itself. It was from search engine, which also means that we're getting a lot of traffic from WordPress.org as well. So like I said, there are a lot of marketing channels. We talked about 4, right? But which marketing channels should you focus on? Now, for that, you need to find what is your customer acquisition cost, and that is the key to remember. So let's say you work with affiliate marketer or influencer, and let's say you're spending $1,000, and you are getting sales of $2,000. So basically, your customer acquisition cost is $50, right? And so you need to figure out what is your customer acquisition cost throughout all the marketing channel. If you have budget, try everything, right? There are a lot of marketing channels. But if you're limited on budget, you need to figure out what is your customer acquisition cost, and then decide what is the marketing channel that you want to use. Okay? But remember that some marketing channel will work for you, some might not work for you. When I started, I was doing like long time ago Google Ads marketing, and it didn't work for me back then. Now I'm doing experiment with Google Ads marketing, and it's working for me. So you have to be open-minded, try a lot of things, and then hopefully something will work for you. So with this, I have come to a conclusion of my presentation. So just to wrap up the key takeaways, the first one is the YouTube marketing. Right? You want to work with a lot of influencers, you want to do yourself, but make sure that you are also targeting regional content by working with regional content creator. Second was affiliate marketing, right? There are a lot of companies doing it. You should also explore if you have not already doing that. Third was email marketing. You can broadcast, you can send email automation, but make sure that you have personalized the content. Tell your story. I think that would be extremely powerful, and make sure that you have segmentations. And the fourth is WordPress.org marketing. Optimize, but make sure that you also translate your content. With this, I would like to... What was the second one? Second one was affiliate marketing. Okay. So with this, I have come to conclusions of my presentations, and thank you so much. If you have any questions, please.
Yes, questions please for Roshan, and a round of applause for a very generous talk, sharing so much of his wisdom and expertise. Do we have questions from the floor? Yes, sir, at the back there. You can borrow my microphone if you like. Oh, you got one over there? Yep, there you go. Brilliant.
Thank you. Okay, I actually have 3 questions. My first question is about, like you told us about like YouTube marketing, YouTube influencer. Do you have any strategy for like we are picking this type of influencer, because like we have a lot?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my first question. Second question is related to the email marketing tool, so broadcast email. So we have Cyber Monday, Black Friday. Do you follow a specific duration, like suppose 7 days ahead or like 5 days ahead, we should send the broadcast email or something like that to increase our sales? That's the thing. And last thing is for the automation, we say personalized email. In here, like generally, we don't get much information from the user. We can only tell our user like our stories. After that, we don't know what to do. What will be the next step mainly?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay. The first question was about YouTube marketing and influencer. What is the strategy? How we are filtering a lot of influencer? The first thing we do is we send a lot of emails to a lot of influencers. And then we look at how their YouTube channel are performing. Do they get a lot of comments? Do they have a lot of views? Do they have good engagement or not? Because sometimes some YouTube can have a lot of views, but they might not have engagement, right? And the quality of those engagements, the quality of those videos are not generally great. So we look at that. We also look at if the audience of that particular channel is good for us or not. Because there is, like, we can create a tutorial, we can work with influencer for WordPress, but we can also work with influencer who create web tutorial, and it might not be related to WordPress, or it can be general. or it could also be digital marketer. So we need to figure out, or at least we figure out, whether their audience will be good for our product or not. And then, of course, the budget. We have to, when we have reach out to a lot of people, we get idea how people charge, and then looking at all these factors, we decide, okay, this is the influencer we want to work with, and this is the influencer that we want to hold on for now, and maybe later on we want to explore that opportunity again. So that's the answer to the first question. The second question was about email marketing.
Is it lead time towards things like Cyber Monday and things like that?
Okay. So we start to plan about these events in advance, and we send a couple of emails. So first we'll send a few days back. If it is Cyber Mondays, that's a very specific event, and so we will send like 1 or 2 days back. And of course, we send another email on the same day, reminding. And sometimes we even send email after that in case you have already missed the sales. Here's an opportunity for you to buy again. Right? So we do that. For products, promotions, we generally, whenever we are going to launch our product, sometimes we send that we are going to launch a product very soon. And after the product has been launched, we send that email again. Okay? So we do that. And to answer the third question, in terms of segmentation, how can we collect a lot of data? Now, in our case, we do themes and plugins. So whenever somebody has downloaded our themes or plugins, we segment it what product they have downloaded. Right? And that itself will give us a lot of data about the user. Right? If somebody has downloaded education theme, then we know that this person is into education. But it is not always necessary. Sometimes they can also be web developers or agencies. So there are other couple of emails that you can send. For example, let's say you send second email, which is not welcome, but let's say on how to get started with WordPress, or what are the 10 things that you should do when you have installed a WordPress themes. Right? So let's say you talk about permalinks, right? Make sure your permalink is correct. Time zone, blah, 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 right? And if they click on any of those links, if you have a link there, you can again segment the user, right? So if somebody has clicked on, let's say, SEO, then you can segment that user in your, let's say, MailChimp or any other marketing channel, that this person is interested into SEO. And that's how we have been doing it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question, I think. Yes, sir. Just there in the middle row.
Thank you. For your opinion, what are the best ratio from our sales put into our marketing budget, digital marketing budget? What are the best ratio from our sales to put into our digital marketing budget?
I didn't get the question.
So I think you're asking basically what would be the ratio based upon what percentage of your sales revenue would you consider to be a reasonable ratio to dedicate towards digital marketing channels?
Okay. Okay. So we don't work with ratio, to be very honest. What we do is generally we decide how much marketing something needs, and then we just go along with it. But to give you a sense of how much we're spending, we're generally spending 10 to 20% of our budget on marketing. But we don't have like a fixed mindset that this is how much we're going to spend on marketing. Depending on the needs, we just spend money on the marketing.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have come to the end of our time for this slot today, but could we have one more round of applause to Raushan? And Raushan, on behalf of the organisers, I'd like to thank you and present you with this.
Thank you so much.
You've been very generous indeed. Thank you very much. Raushan will be around all day tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yep, so do please catch up with him and have more of those in-depth conversations about how you can help your WordPress business thrive and grow. That's it for my emceeing duties today and for this WordCamp. Thank you all for your warm welcome and for being such a brilliant audience. I'm handing over now in this slot to Courtney. Courtney will be your host for the next session and the final session of the day in this track. So please welcome Courtney and get ready for another fantastic session here in Track 3. Thank you very much.
Hello, friends. It's good to see so many of you here. I say friends because I look out in the room and there are actually friends that I feel like I've known for the last 3 years. I'm Courtney Robertson. I'm a developer advocate at GoDaddy Pro, but I contribute a lot to the training team, so this topic is near and dear to my heart. Jonathan is with us today to share about the entire process of moving from what WordPress had been using over to using GitHub Actions and that migration process. But what speaks to me more when I was doing my research here to introduce Jonathan is that Jonathan is really passionate about simplifying the process to help people into the contributor experience here at WordPress. So without further ado, as you can imagine, figuring out how to navigate moving all of your testing, all of the project management needs throughout a project as big as WordPress can be really, really challenging. We're going to learn a little bit today about how GitHub Actions has really helped WordPress core team through that process. Come on up, Jonathan.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I seem to always get stuck with the last time slot of the day, so it's always good to see people hang around and make it through the day. Before we get started, a few things I'm not going to cover in this talk. This is not going to be a talk where you learn how to use GitHub Actions in your projects, but you'll learn some core concepts behind them and how they work, and that might spark some creativity in your mind as far as going back and learning a little bit more and implementing them in your own projects. WordPress is also a very large project, and we have some very unique challenges that we'll cover. And what we choose to do and how we approach things may not be right for your projects, but they're very interesting nonetheless. And this talk is mainly focused on the WordPress core code base after Gutenberg is merged into it in SVN. We mirror the WordPress code base to GitHub, which I'll cover. Mostly it's a convenience and a courtesy, but I'll cover that in a little bit more detail. And we share a lot of things with the Gutenberg repo as far as their GitHub Actions and how they're implemented. We work together on a lot of things, and I'll happily answer any questions you have about that as well. I'm from New Bedford, Massachusetts. I've been a WordPress user for a long time. I've been a committer since 2018. I maintain several components in WordPress, including the build and test tool component, which this talk falls under. Since 2018, I've been a full-time contributor to WordPress core at Bluehost as part of the 5 for the Future initiative. If you're interested in learning more about that, I recommend you check out Hari's talk tomorrow. And I've also served on several release squads in the past. Most recently, the 6.1 squad, I was a release coordinator, which went out. We're working on 6.2, so that's the most recent one right now. You can reach me at DesRoseJ pretty much anywhere, the WordPress Slack or Twitter. So to start off, I'm going to take you on a bit of a history lesson. We're going to go back to 2013, and WordPress 3.6 gets released. And it's really a difficult time to get started contributing to WordPress. There's a lot of fragmentation, and the WordPress source code is in one repository. All of our tests are in another repository. You have to manually run them. It's not easy to do. You have to know how to set it up locally. There's a implicit build process that happens. It's a script on a private WordPress.org server. When there's changes to JavaScript and CSS files, those will get built and committed back to the repository. And it's not great because you have your production-ready files mixed with your source code files, and it can be very confusing to know which files to edit and which ones not to. And so WordCamp San Francisco happens at the beginning of the year. And during the Hack Day, a handful of contributors get together and discuss this and how to make this more streamlined and make contributing to WordPress a little bit more approachable. And after that, Darryl Coopersmith publishes a roadmap called The New Frontier for Core Development. And the goal around this was to solve these issues. We wanted more people to contribute to WordPress, and it's not easy to do. We need to make that easier if that's going to happen. I like to call this the Great Reorganization. I don't know if anybody's called it that before, but I'm going to call it that now. And I think that this is one of the most impactful changes in WordPress's history. It's strange to hear that because it doesn't introduce any new user-facing features. Most people had no idea that this happened. but it brought everything under one roof and really made it, contributing to the WordPress core a lot more approachable. So everyone should recognize what this is here. If you have a WordPress website, you'll recognize this as the source code files that you would upload to your server to have a WordPress site. And this is what it looked like before the Great Reorganization, before the changes that were necessary happened. And this is what it looks like now. There's a lot more files in this top directory, but if you have contributed to WordPress, this should look somewhat familiar to you. You can see we have a source folder directory, and all the files that were in that previous view are moved into that source folder. The tests that were in a separate repository are now in the same repository, just in a folder, test folder. The tools that were also in another repository, at this time they were internationalization tools. Those get moved into a new folder as well. And we're able to adopt a real build process using Grunt and NPM dependencies here. So now all of that stuff that happened behind the scenes on that private server, you can run that locally on your own and make changes to these build processes, do some testing, add steps to it to introduce new things like image minimization or CSS pre-processing was added later. And the other repository won't go anywhere. It's going to stay there because a lot of people were installing WordPress from that repository, and so we didn't want to break anything there. After WordPress 3.7 is released, the contributors in the project start to take advantage of these different tools that opens the door for. One of the first ones that we start using is Travis CI. If you're not familiar with what CI or CD is, it's continuous integration or continuous delivery. And these are platforms that allow developers to perform some automated processes or steps to accomplish tasks in their software. So most commonly, this will be building your software. This will be testing it, deploying code to production or staging servers. And by integrating this service, the WordPress unit tests are now going to be running on every change. And so this is what the first iteration, I had to do some digging, but this is what it looked like when it was initially introduced into the code base. We tested every version of PHP that was supported at the time. We would run that build process that was now in the root of the repository. And we would just run our unit tests under these different conditions, under these different versions of PHP. And ultimately, this just allows us to write higher quality software. We're going to detect issues earlier. We're going to know how many versions of PHP they affect. And before things get out in the wild, we're going to better be able to problem solve and correct any mistakes that we make. And this file continues to grow over time. We add things like JavaScript testing, code style linting. In 5.5, we add PHP compatibility testing, which will test that we're not using anything that's deprecated in certain versions of PHP. And at the end of 2018, there's another monumental milestone in the project's history. You might have heard of it. It's called Gutenberg. And before WordPress 5.0, the Guten merge happens, and we enter into the block era. And this was important for the context of this story because the Gutenberg project was built in GitHub as a plugin. And it's still there to this day and still built the same way. But releases to WordPress core are managed in SVN. And so when a release is coming up, the changes that are ready in Gutenberg are merged into core SVN. And that's how right now, that's how we manage that. So I mentioned that the WordPress SVN repository is mirrored to GitHub. And previously, we didn't accept contributions to that. It was only a courtesy if you preferred to deploy from Git directly as opposed to SVN. But we decide that now with Gutenberg, a lot of our contributors are already on GitHub. And so why not embrace that a little bit and meet them there? So we introduced a feature where if you mention a track URL to a track ticket, it will automatically pull it in on track and point to that pull request and show you some status and information about it. And so this opens the door to a lot of contributors that may not enjoy using SVN, and some straight up refuse to use SVN. And we're meeting those contributors where they are and opening the door to some people that might not be able to contribute through track. And with every pull request, this also means that the code changes you're suggesting are going to be run through all the tests and automated processes on Travis. And that wasn't done previously. If you were uploading a patch to a ticket, none of those tests were happening. So in order to better keep track of these contributions, we add a way to link your GitHub profile to your WordPress.org profile. And this allowed us to know, everybody's username is not the same, so this allowed us to track who is who and ultimately give them the proper credit that they deserve when the version of WordPresses are released. So in 2020, Gutenberg is becoming much more mature. The volume and frequency of contributions is much higher. And we start to see a lot of problems with Travis. Specifically, we start to experience very long waiting queues. So with more and more contributions, pull requests, every merge, commit, or pull request update is going to trigger a build on Travis. And the way that Travis worked was it managed your builds by concurrent jobs. And so each build would have several jobs that represented different test conditions. And in our case, it's mostly the different versions of PHP that we support, some JavaScript testing, and so on. And so we had some times where we were waiting 4, 5, 6 hours for our builds to actually run and confirm that our tests were passing and all of the things that we were checking for. So the Gutenberg team was already entirely in GitHub, and it made a lot of sense for them to move to GitHub Actions at that point. They did that, and we noticed a pretty good improvement. However, as more people started using pull requests in GitHub for contributing, that starts to come back into play. We start to notice that backlog again. Not as bad as before, but again, every pull request will trigger a build, and then we end up with this backlog. This is specifically bad during security releases when we're updating multiple branches of WordPress at a time. So after discussing with several other contributors, we decided to do some testing with WordPress core itself using GitHub Actions. We introduced several GitHub Action workflows, and our first phase was to introduce feature parity and ensure that everything that's happening on Travis we could do on GitHub Actions in a similar way. We planned to observe this for a while, collect some data, and then evaluate whether this was going to be a good tool for us to use. And then we would eventually complete or not complete the transition and sunset our use of Travis and a service called AppVeyor, which we only use to test the build process on Windows machines, which Travis did not support. I want to make this clear that the intention here was not to move WordPress to GitHub. This is something that always comes up, but this was an experiment, and we have to be very careful when we choose the tools that we use. We can't just chase the newest tools and what's deemed the best tools. We have to identify the project's goals and what we're trying to accomplish with changes. We have to identify pain points, and then when we do that, we can evaluate whether or not we're actually solving those pain points or making them better. Sometimes when you change the tools that you used, it will make it easier for contributors, but it will actually introduce new bottlenecks for maintainers if they can't keep up with the influx of contributions. WordPress is also 20 years old almost this year, and that's 20 years of building tools, processes, lessons learned. We have to make sure that we take all of these into account when we evaluate changing our tool sets. Switching off of Track means that we have to spend the time evaluating all of those and ensure that they're either rebuilt in a new way or that they'll still work and we don't have any issues that we are introducing. And it's all essentially when you boil it down, we're just trying to manage the risk that we're introducing. With GitHub supported, only committers need to worry about SVN now as well. So embracing people where they were to accept these contributions, but still allowing the committers to use the same tool set to commit the changes, that made sense at this point. We're also taking advantage of a more unified interface with this contribution experience. One example of that is this instance here where when a PHP CS code style check is run, we can actually contextually show annotations to the contributor where their failures are occurring. So they would see this, they wouldn't even need to run the tools locally on their own machine. they can just submit their PR, and then they would have more information here. Normally, you would have to go through the logs of the CI build and look at the command line output and to determine what it was, pull it up in your editor, figure out what's going on. But this makes that a lot more easier. It also opened the door for some better contributor onboarding. This is a workflow that we introduced where when a contributor opens their first pull request to WordPress core, they would get this welcome message with some detailed information as far as some expectations we have, set their expectations correctly, and hopefully this will lead to better contribution experiences overall. So we get all this done, and about 3 weeks later, there's a new pricing model announced by Travis CI. And it becomes clear very quickly that we no longer can use Travis for our testing. Within 2 days, testing across the entire WordPress organization stops. We use up all the credits that they gave us when they switched to this new system. And so we have no testing happening for any of the changes that are happening. So obviously this increases the urgency to complete this transition. So change in plans. We're no longer going to observe and collect. We have a very limited amount of time that we did observe, and it's working for us. We think that this will be fine to do. So we're going to complete this transition now. So that should be easy because we already have them committed to Track, right? We already have them there. Should be easy. If you've contributed before, you know that WordPress has lots of unique challenges. It's not that easy to do, to just turn the switch. So let's take a step back and talk a little bit about GitHub Actions and how they work, some core concepts. This is GitHub's own CI/CD platform. The concept at the center is a workflow, and workflows are triggered by events. This can be anything from a pull request is open, a pull request is closed, a change is pushed to a branch, a specific branch, and you can also use GitHub's API to trigger events manually. Within workflows, there are virtual machines called runners that execute a defined list of jobs. Jobs are sets of steps that execute on the virtual machine. And steps can be shell scripts that are executed or bundled sets of scripts that are distributed as things called actions. There's a large marketplace of actions that are published, and they do everything from caching to checking out repositories to configuring specific versions of different software like Node or PHP. And so we can make use of these actions that have been published and maintained by other people to accomplish what we need to in our workflows. This is a simple example of a workflow that you could build. When there is a push event to the trunk branch, it's going to run a job that checks out a repository, or the repository that it's in. It's going to set up Node 14, which is the version of Node that WordPress currently uses. It's going to install npm dependencies, and then it's going to run the WordPress build script. So as long as all of that completes successfully, this workflow would pass, and you would know that you haven't introduced any issues. This is a few examples of some UIs you might see. This workflow uses a build strategy matrix to run a set of steps on multiple different conditions. So here we're running our unit tests on multiple versions of PHP. And then we also send a message to Slack based on the outcome of those tests. Here's a smaller one where we run the build process on multiple platforms, Windows, Ubuntu, and macOS. Again, to just confirm that we're not introducing any problems with the build process and that contributors won't have any problems contributing. So back to the challenges. Let's talk about why moving to GitHub Actions was easy at first, but then not easy to complete that transition. When WordPress 6.2 comes out in March, there will be 22 versions of WordPress that receive security updates. There are efforts on the way to reduce this number, and we just reduced it by eliminating 3.7 through 4.0 recently. But until that happens, we need to make sure that these branches are being tested when security updates are being merged into them. Workflows run in the context of the branch that they are in. So if the workflows are not in these older branches, 4.1, whatever it may be, those old versions, they're not going to run at all. So all of these workflows need to be backported to each branch. Testing changes over time as well. Each branch is a specific snapshot of a point in history for the project. There are specific test conditions to that point in time. So it's not as easy as just backporting the same workflow, because our PHP version supported is our main example of that. They will be different for every version of WordPress. So we can't use the same test matrix there. We have to make sure that each branch is accurate to that point in time. There were many specific service-specific hacks on Travis that we used to make this happen. For example, testing PHP 5.2, the images that they had on their service that contained PHP 5.2 were deprecated and considered legacy. And so we had to hard code them in certain ways in our Travis configurations. So we needed to come up with ways to do that in our GitHub Actions. Also in 2019, this will help with this, is a local Docker environment was introduced into the WordPress code base. It was highly configurable, and it helped provide a consistent environment for contributors to get spun up real quickly to contribute on different versions of PHP, different versions of MySQL, and so on. After this was tested, Travis was actually updated to run the unit tests in these Docker containers. So that helped eliminate all of those service-specific hacks that we had to include in our configuration file. But this also only existed in some branches. We introduced it in WordPress 5.3, so it was only present from that version on. We couldn't backport it easily either, because the minimum version of Node required to run the npm dependencies to spin up the environment and install WordPress within it was Node 6. As you can see, the 3.7 branch of WordPress ran version 0.10.48 of Node.js. Each version of Node.js that we need also has to be present on that WordPress build server that we mentioned. We can update the version of Node being used in each branch, but that also means we have to update the versions of npm dependencies that are being used. This results in another problem that we have to weigh carefully. When you update the version of Node, you update the dependencies, and then that results in differences in the built version of the software. The main thing that we see this materialize as is differences in JavaScript files. So we minimized each JavaScript file and CSS file in the build process. So if we update the package responsible for that, every JavaScript and every CSS file gets touched. And this is a big deal because when we do auto updates on these old branches, we aim to not introduce new files, and we also aim to keep the package sizes as small as possible. We try to make as few changes as possible. The reason is that the larger the package size, the higher chance there is that there will be a failure during the auto update. It could be a network error or a timeout. It could be a memory consumption issue. But these are trade-offs that we have to consider carefully. In this instance, we decided it was more important to get this tooling updated and restore our automated testing. And then we would make sure to roll these out carefully and monitor them when this next update went out. As WordPress has grown, its build process has also grown as well. Just like each branch is a snapshot in time of the PHP version supported, it's also a snapshot in time of that build process that was present at the time. Some tools and scripts are not present in these older versions, and so they might build differently, or they might have different intricacies that we also have to consider as we update npm, introduce the Docker environment, and so on. And finally, WordPress Develop was not the only repository in the organization that had a Travis configuration. Of the 57 total repositories under the WordPress org, 20 had Travis configurations. So we had to look at each repository that did have one, evaluate whether it still needed it, evaluate what updates were required in that repository, and we had to achieve feature parity in those as well. This was everything from the WordPress importer plugin to the local Docker environment containers, the repo that generated and published those. All of these had stopped running within the 2 days of that change, so we had to evaluate these carefully. So the transition is largely complete. What's been done? We have more consistent tooling across all of our branches. All of the branches were updated to use the latest version of Node at that time, which was Node 14. We are working to update to support Node 18, which is the current version in trunk. But we likely won't update these older versions for some of the same reasons that I mentioned earlier until it's absolutely necessary. The Docker environment is now in each old branch. So if you wanted to contribute to a security release, if you were on the security team, you can now go back to these older branches and more easily test on different versions of PHP, as well as run the tests in general. The versions of NPM dependencies are now largely consistent across branches. Tools such as grunt patch WordPress, which allow you to easily import a patch from a track ticket or a GitHub pull request, is now in all branches. So that will make updating our workflows in the future easier. We've restored all of our automated testing and scanning. The workflow flyers are present in all of our old branches. Our Slack notifications are restored so that any failures that occur get reported to Slack and someone is made aware. We also are reporting the test results to the host test results page now, which had stopped as well. If you have a hosting company, and there's I think about 20 or so that do this, you can test on your platform the WordPress core code base with every commit and report it back to a central location on WordPress.org. This can also be done using a GitHub action, and that's what we use that at Bluehost to do that on our infrastructure. And we report it back to that location because if we start to see multiple hosts failing on certain changes, we know that it might be problematic and we have to take a second look. If you're interested in learning more about that, you can come find me at the Bluehost booth, and I'm more than happy to give you more information about that, because the more people that are running these tests and reporting it, the better. We have some things that are left. We have to continue refining this contributing experience that this embraces. One thing that we need to look at doing is replacing JSHint with ESLint. These are tools that will lint your JavaScript files to make sure that you are following our coding standards. But JSHint does not, it's a little outdated and it still works, but it does not support sharing annotations like we were with the PHP coding standards violations. Travis used the way that Travis reported the outcome of a workflow of a build, there was one badge that reported a success or a failure. With GitHub Actions, it's a bit different. There is one badge per workflow, and so there's really no canonical result that we can use to say this change is working or this change is not. So we need to look at ways to do that. We need to continue to look at making contributor onboarding better, automated contribution tracking. I'm working on something right now that will automatically close PRs when it looks like it's been fixed in WordPress core. And what's next is largely up to you. Maybe you have some ideas or pain points that you've experienced while contributing to WordPress. We need to continue to think about ways to share this knowledge with our ecosystem. Maybe there are ways that we can publish our actions that plugins and themes can use them in their own projects. So I look forward to your ideas, and hopefully you'll think about contributing to GitHub Actions in WordPress core. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some time for some questions before we wrap up for the day. Do we have some questions from the audience?
I answered all the questions. Oh, yes.
There's a mic coming.
Can we use the Travis CI, the continuous integration tool, for updating our plugin to from GitHub to WordPress WordPress plugin repository?
Yes, that's a great question. That's probably the best. It doesn't change how you build your plugin. It's going to change how you deploy it. So that's really the easiest thing that you can bolt onto your projects. There's a published action in the marketplace that is responsible for that. And you just have to configure some secrets on your repository to tell it how to connect to WordPress.org. And yeah, you can very easily deploy that to WordPress.org. So you won't have to use the SVN repo anymore to deploy your plugin, which, again, most people hate to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Eager to say goodbye to SVN. I hear that one. Other questions? Over here?
Why don't we just use GitHub for core too? Like, why are we still on SVN? I'm just wondering.
So that always comes up, and that was part of the reason why I had that slide about, that wasn't the point here. We might do that in the future, but we have those 20 years of build tools that we've iterated on and built out that we would need to replace, and that's a very careful consideration that we have to make. I also really like Track, and that's definitely a contrarian opinion. Track has a problem-first mentality. You have to have a problem that you describe by opening an issue before you can propose a solution. In GitHub, that's not the case. You can submit a pull request with changes that doesn't have any description of what you're trying to do. And so I personally like that because it forces you to step back and think about what the problem is that you're trying to solve. And with GitHub issues and all that, it's a whole other way of thinking that we have to figure out the best way to manage that and how that works for us. So maybe in the future, but it's not time for that yet.
I see 2 more hands up.
I have one question for you. That is there any plan to introduce Sync or SonarQube or PHP stand to introduce in the WordPress coding check in the GitHub Actions?
Sure, you mean like the vulnerability scanning?
Yes, that
So,
is the most important thing for me.
Sure, yeah, so we don't have plans for that specifically. We have our own private tool set that runs to detect security issues that we may introduce. The security team manages that, and those happen privately. They do run on GitHub Actions, but for obvious reasons, we don't expose those to the public as far as what we're looking for and how we react to issues that might arise. Yeah.
As a committer, I just want to say this transition has been one of the best quality of life changes that I've encountered on any project. So thank you for the effort.
It wasn't just me. There were several other contributors, but
the question that I would have would be around the maybe fast failing in some situations. If you're receiving a patch or if you're reviewing a patch, the first failure is all that you need. And is there any sort of resource constraints or any issue where we would benefit from being able to set the concurrency on these actions so that you stop all of the remaining unit tests if PHP 7.4 fails, for example?
Sure. Yes, so we can disable, there's something called fast fail where if you're building multiple, when I showed you the screenshot and it had the list of PHP versions we are running in the job, there are ways to say if one fails, you cancel all of them. And yes, sometimes that is useful to do that. I find that sometimes there are connection issues with one of those. So there might be an issue pulling a Docker container, but all the other ones will pass. And GitHub charges you by a run minute is the unit that they use. For public repositories, there's no charge. You get unlimited minutes. So for WordPress Develop, that's great. It just runs and it's free. Obviously, we want to be conscientious of that and not just run things needlessly. But in instances where there are private repositories, there may be benefits to running them anyway, because if that job succeeds, you can rerun the workflow with only the failed jobs being rerun. And so if you get 70% of the way through the jobs and you have 20 jobs in your build matrix and one fails for whatever reason, you might not need to rerun all of them. And so it's kind of, you have to consider that as what works best for you and what best for your workflows. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Before and after performance from Travis to GitHub Actions, is it builds faster, slower?
Yep, so the speeds for running things, by default, it was similar. It was slightly faster, we found, in that short 3 weeks that we were collecting data, which is small sample size, but it did seem slightly faster to at least the same. When we did start to see the benefits was when we started using actions, like I mentioned, there was a caching action. We would cache, after the NPM dependencies were installed, we would cache the result of that. And so the next time NPM install ran on the next job, it would use that cache, and then it wouldn't have to install all of the dependencies. And so that was mainly how we started to see a speed improvement, was when we embraced these features of GitHub Actions. The other thing that we noticed is we very, very rarely get a backlog now. So the way that GitHub runs Actions is there's a pool of available runners. Each job uses a single runner, and so it's basically a first come, first serve. So they might have 1,000 virtual machines available at any time, and then there's a global queue on the system as far as when they run. And we get, I believe it's 150 concurrent jobs now on GitHub, because we have an enterprise account. And yeah, I was actually, during Contributor Day, I had it open, and I was looking at all of them running, and we didn't hit that once. Yeah, so very, very, very rarely we hit a concurrency issue where we can't run all the jobs at once.
Thank you. We have time for one last question.
Hey, Jonathan. I'm a member of the core performance team, and there's some movement towards having automated testing run in CI. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I talked to a few of the contributors that were, you're talking about the performance testing? Yep. Yeah, so I think that's great. The challenges there is we want to track the right data. We want to report it in the right way to be the most useful, and that way we can make the best informed decisions based on the data that we're collecting. Someone I know has a presentation about using the data to shape your decisions tomorrow. I come see that, but you have to figure out what the right data to track is and look at it under the right lens in order to make decisions. But yeah, I've been speaking with them and the performance team, and I'm definitely for that. I'm looking forward and excited to getting that into core. The more information we have, the better. We make better informed decisions.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Let's give him one more round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a couple of quick notes for our closing of the day. Today we don't have closing remarks at the end of the day. We open tomorrow morning in Track 1 with a keynote from Matt in his Ask Me Anything format. So Matt will be joining us via Zoom. Track 1 will be live streamed into Tracks 2 and 3. So if there's not room in Track 1, Tracks 2 and 3 will have the live stream of that. The official after party will be tomorrow night, so you can explore Bangkok or attend one of the side events tonight. And there are extra lunch boxes available in Hall 2. And thank you very much for being with us today. Can't wait to see you back here again tomorrow.